How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We're going to dive right into things as we do have already a tornado warning that was just issued moments ago back over here in West Texas. Now, overall, the environment today is favorable predominantly for very large hail and damaging winds, but there is actually a low tornado risk, and we do have a tornado warning already. It's going to be on this supercell that has been ongoing here for quite a while back over near the Interstate 10 corridor just south of McCamey. This is a very rural area overall, so I don't think this is going to be super concerning when it comes to at least population density, but overall there is at least some broad circulation that has been ongoing with this storm. You'll be able to see that right here. Let me find my pen tool. For some reason I don't have that open, but this is the area that we'll be looking at for that circulation. It would be just about or just south of Interstate 10 moving eastbound. So if you're in this particular tornado warning, again, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. I have to real quickly open my pen again because I am having technical difficulties before we even get started. Give me 1 second. All right, here's the area of circulation that we're talking about. It's going to be right in here. Again, just along and south of Interstate 10. It is moving eastbound. This warning does go for about 30 minutes. This particular tornado warning does include, as of right now, it doesn't pop up on Twitter, but this is going to include areas near eastern central Pecos County in southwestern Texas. So again, relatively rural area here. As this moves to the east, it might end up producing a tornado. I think one of its problems, though, is going to be that we have all this other convection that is bubbling up here, kind of merging with this storm. So over the short term, it might be at least a lower tornado threat for now. I think that might increase, though, further as we continue to go throughout the rest of this afternoon and eventually into the evening hours. Further up to the north, we have a little bit more of a concern. We actually have a tornado possible label on a storm that is a little bit closer to Lubbock, which the reason why this is a bit more concerning is because it's a bit more populated up here in this part of Texas, over here in West Texas. There has been some broad circulation on this storm, and you'll see that here just south of sundown. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Storm Intermedia, bottom right of your screen, they are going towards Level Land, Texas, so that's where they're at right now, and so, or Little Land, Texas, so they're kind of, or Little Field, sorry, there's three different names here, so they're actually on the northern storm here that's actually producing baseball-sized hail, but any of these storms that develop over the next few hours, as long as they do remain discrete, there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere today, and overall, even though the low-level winds are extremely weak, we should be able to get at least a couple of isolated tornadoes, which could be very photogenic, so it might be kind of an interesting day here across West Texas, especially with it only being 4:15 right now. Plenty of daylight ahead, so we could end up seeing some photogenic tornadoes out here in West Texas today. So we'll have Storm Intermedia with us storm chasing out here in Texas. But again, this is another storm that we'll have to watch for closely as it moves to the east, eventually going towards Lubbock very slowly. It might end up producing an isolated tornado. But the storm that's further up here to the north is definitely a powerhouse. It has upwards of baseball-sized hail right now, moving towards the Littlefield area. This particular event, though, reminds me of something that we covered back in 2022. If anybody remembers, you might have been here for a while, we had a large tornado back over near Morton, Texas, and it was 2 years ago, and this feels like a very similar setup to what we saw 2 years ago. So if you do remember that, I feel like, again, this is just a pretty similar setup overall when it comes to these storms, and we might end up even seeing an isolated tornado on this storm back over just to the west of Littlefield, as there is even some broad circulation there, and again, Storm Intermedia right now is approaching that storm, so we'll end up seeing if there's any sort of actual definitive circulation there. But either way, it is producing baseball-sized hail right now, and it is currently moving to the east. So just stay weather aware here if you're in Littlefield or back near Anton, Texas, as those are other areas they'll have to watch for here over the next several minutes. This tornado warning just got posted to Twitter. The population here is 62. So again, very rural area, just east of Bakersfield here in Texas. Overall, that circulation is going to be right here. So again, it's just to the south of Interstate 10. I'm not super concerned about this storm, honestly. I'm a bit more concerned about the storms that are currently west of Lubbock, as these storms are in a bit more of a primed environment, in my opinion, for a tornado threat. Now, if we go over to the hodographs for today, I talked about this in today's video. If you watch the forecast, you would know that the low-level jet is extremely weak today, and I can go ahead and show you that here. A lot of our setups recently have been really geared towards a strong low-level jet. We don't really have that today. Look at the low-level jet here today. Anytime today, we have a very, very weak low-level jet, and so there is not much of any low-level winds here today that are going to be able to produce a tornado. What's a bit more interesting, though, if we go over to the hodographs, there is a ton of spin in this environment today. I mean, we have a ton of spin. Let me try to pull this up here. So here are the hodographs. What this gives us an idea of is basically as we go up into the atmosphere, how much the atmosphere is turning with the wind. And you'll see that very clearly here. We have these large turning areas back over here in West Texas. And that's the reason why we actually have a tornado risk today, is because of all that spin in the atmosphere. And I'll also pull up a sounding so you can actually see that in real time. But today's environment, even though there's really no low-level winds, we actually do have a legitimate tornado threat, at least for a couple of hours here. Even though it's not a super high threat, there's definitely a lot of spin. And here's a great example of that. Look at this. This is pretty crazy. We got a ton of spin, a lot of veering going all the way up here in the atmosphere. You'll see that right up in here. So this is your wind profiles. So again, notice that the ground southeasterly winds, and then eventually as you go further up into the atmosphere, these winds are cranking, going from southeast all the way out from the west. So that's a pretty impressive little setup here that we have over here in Texas. And even though the winds, again, not that strong, we actually have an environment here where we could end up getting a couple of photogenic tornadoes. So that'll be something that we're watching for here over the next little while as we continue to go throughout the next few hours. So again, if you are anywhere in this area, just stay weather aware, especially near Lubbock, as we will have the potential again for some very large hail and as well as the potential for tornadoes. Now, the severe weather outlook for today has changed a bit. It's a pretty large area still that we're talking about for severe weather. It's predominantly in the high plains, so it's kind of the high plains madness kind of year right now that we're going to be going into. Late May and June are really revolving when it comes to severe weather threats across the high plains, which includes areas in West Texas. And so a lot of these storms today will be in that area, but as we go later into tonight, we are eventually going to see a mesoscale convective system attempt to develop. And as that tries to develop, we could even see some more damaging winds as storms eventually approach areas in North Texas. So that area is not done with storms quite yet. And for those that might be watching from North Texas right now, I know you just had a outbreak of flying trampolines this morning, and there were even a few tornado warnings. And so unfortunately, the severe weather threat there is not completely done. But it should be a lower risk tonight because the overall environment is just not going to be as favorable. We have a lot of sinking air over there from all the storm activity that we had this morning. So overall, the environment, again, just not nearly as favorable, but we will at least still have the potential for, you know, some damaging winds and maybe a brief tornado, especially over in western and southern North Texas. And once again, this storm right here that we're looking at near Morton right now, this one again is currently rotating. So we are watching this one closely. Again, there's some broad circulation here. This storm, again, is the one, I believe, yeah, Storm Media is going to be driving right into this thing. So hopefully they don't get their car busted up, but they are literally about to drive right into the storm. Let's hop over to them real quick. They are literally about to drive right into this. Let's go to... So they're driving right into this storm right now. And so I don't know if they're just going to drive right into the hail court, but I think they're just going for it. They're sending it. But this storm is producing baseball-sized hail. It's quite a monster. From a distance, it looks pretty impressive. I've been watching this shrink for the last 2 hours, so.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we have a new tornado warning, and that is going to be back over in New Mexico. Okay, that's... I think the first time we've actually said that this year, where there's a tornado warning in New Mexico. This can be west of Clayton, and we have a bit of a hook right here, just west of Clayton. Again, high plains madness is in effect, so pretty rural area here, but if you're in the tornado warning near Route 56, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, brand new tornado warning here, just southeast of Grenville, and going to be going just west of Clayton. And yeah, this is not an area that we've covered it really at all this year. They have had tornado warnings, but it's hardly ever an area that we talk about. That's on the cusp of the 2% tornado risk here. And just for the record, the 5% tornado risk does include Lubbock. Again, this is the area that over the next few hours has the potential for tornadoes. I think Lubbock in particular, and just south of Amarillo, will have the best chance for tornadoes. And I honestly will not be surprised if this storm here that is just off to the west of Littlefield does end up getting a tornado warning. There's rotation there. Again, Storm Media is approaching this. This is their live shot of that storm right now. It's definitely an organizing supercell right now, so as they get closer, we'll keep a close eye on them. They're losing connection as we speak, but they are also driving into the hailstorm, I think. So, I think they might just miss the hail core because they are like going down like this road, I think, right now. So this is the hail core here that's producing upwards of, baseball-sized hail. So it is quite the thunderstorm out here west of Lubbock. And this area, by the way, if you're not familiar with West Texas, maybe you're from, another country or just some other state or whatever, this area always gets big hailstorms, especially during this time of the year. So this isn't uncommon by any means to see stuff like this, happening in real time. We have storms like this all the time, but definitely a potential for an isolated tornado out of one of these storms that's organizing. Got a few discrete cells here, so any of these could produce a tornado. The one that's west of Lubbock right now has been kind of struggling a little bit. The updraft is kind of getting cut off right now, but this storm here, just west of Littlefield, honestly, probably has the best chance of producing something. Here's the tornado warning back over near Interstate 10 east of Bakerfield. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here, but just stay in your safe place just in case anything happens here. The tornado warning does go for 22 more minutes. Main concern, again, will predominantly be hail and wind. They have issued a new tornado possible label on this new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is the hill country of Texas. Pretty rural areas out here, but if you're in this area, just stay away from windows. Again, 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be a possibility as this moves to the southeast. And again, this storm right now that is currently north of Morton, Texas, does appear to be a little bit more concerning here. It is beginning to rotate just a little bit. We are looking at, again, mostly a hail threat here, but we could end up getting a tornado down the road as this storm does continue to develop. But a destructive supercell out here just north of Morton. And again, here's your tornado warning back near Clayton, New Mexico. And again, this is rotating quite a bit. It could produce a tornado. The good news, again, just a very rural part here of New Mexico with a population of 43. If you're in Mount Dora or in Royce, New Mexico, those are the two locations here. Seek shelter in case you're in that warning. But the storm's moving down to the south and southeast. I'm pretty sure a lot of this area is just the Route 56 and then just a lot of rural areas there. So not super concerning, at least when it comes, again, to population density. But there could be a tornado with that storm as it does move south. We also have more storms firing up here just west of Amarillo. Those are predominantly going to be hail and wind. I think the greatest tornado risk again today will be in this tornado watch that we have, which includes Childress, Paducah, Crosbytown, Plainview, Lubbock, Levelland, and the Muleshoe area. All these areas essentially have a potential for at least a couple of tornadoes this afternoon. So we'll be watching for this potential pretty closely. Let's go back to Stormwater Media. Again, they're approaching this storm that is west of Littlefield with some broad circulation, and they are also approaching the storm, which is producing baseball-sized hail. So it is a big threat right now of severe weather.
Much of a wall fly right now.
Oh, wait, here for perspective, this is what we're looking at on satellite imagery right now. Look at these storms just blowing up right now. It's pretty impressive. We got massive supercells right now in West Texas. Just this, we had an outflow boundary we had the dry line pushing back west today, and we have all these storms just firing up right now across West Texas. It's quite the impressive setup here. So, oh wait, my bad. Let me change this real quick.
Oh, I saw one.
That should be better.
That looks big.
I always have to change audio when I go between two chasers. I'll have to fix that after the stream. But yeah, this is a pretty impressive setup here. Again, we just have towering, cumulonimbus clouds out here in West Texas. Big thunderstorms developing. This is the one in New Mexico, by the way. So we just got all these thunderstorms right now lining up here in West Texas. And they're going to be slow moving at first because there's really nothing driving these storms east. It's a very minimal motion to the east right now. We don't have like a cold front pushing these storms to the east. But once these organize a bit more as we go into the late afternoon and evening, they will eventually become more of a mesoscale convective system, or at least that's what's expected. And that'll try to push east, and it will move a bit faster as we go into the evening. But a lot of these storms will be pretty slow moving initially, and they will probably, again, eventually produce the threat for some more significant damaging winds. But the other problem is, again, over in North Texas, there's just a lot of sinking air, so that's going to be a problem today when it comes to severe weather later tonight.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining.
Stormwater Media must be in a special truck. Honestly, I don't know. I can't remember what they're in, but I think it is a truck. Some sort of truck. This storm right here is producing baseball-sized hail, so we're watching it closely. Still a low chance that this produces a tornado as it does move to the east.
They're a lot smaller out here.
Personally, I don't think it has baseball in it anymore.
I don't think it's starting to turn the southeast.
Okay, we'll go back to them in a second. Lubbock, I have my bags packed. Yeah, Lubbock is probably going to get hail. Just with how, these events go in West Texas. I've covered West Texas a bunch, especially in the past. This area is always getting hailstorms. It's not uncommon whatsoever. Like this area, especially in Lubbock, we are always getting some degree of hailstorms. So, it happens at least twice or 3 times a year in Lubbock. I've covered it for years now. It's nothing new. This storm, by the way, back over south of McCamey, it's a very rural area, but look at that hail core here. We potentially have some really big hail falling. Wow. There is a lot of hail falling on this storm right now. Near Interstate 10. That is a large CC signature here, which would indicate just a lot of hail. This storm is producing a boatload of hail right now. You don't usually see that large of an area of hail, but that's a big hailstorm. And again, this environment today has quite a bit of instability. It's a very favorable environment overall for there being large to very large hail, so it's not a surprise whatsoever, but that is a big hailstorm. And here's the other one, by the way, that Storm Hunter Media is on right now. Look at all that hail falling there. That is all hail. Again, the correlation coefficient, what it is showing right now is just a ton of hail falling. So this is another big hailstorm that's happening here, which I think they avoided the hail core because they're now a little bit south of it. But yeah, this storm definitely still has a potential to produce maybe an isolated tornado if it's able to get organized. I think the greatest tornado risk for today will be between about 5 and 7. So if we do end up getting any tornadoes, which is possible, at least here in the tornado watch, it'll probably happen between 5 and 7. So that's the time frame that we're expected to be live at least through. We'll be live probably through about 7, and if things still remain concerning, we'll stay live longer. But I do think the greatest concern when it comes to tornadoes will be during that time frame today, which is basically 30 minutes from now until 7 o'clock. And let me show you the future radar and show you what I'm kind of talking about here. Give me 1 second. Okay, so here's the future radar here. So what is expected between now and about 7 or so? This is 4 o'clock for reference. We'll have these supercells again forming out here. We already have them going right now. These are big hailstorms with the potential for, an isolated tornado or two. Once we get closer to 5 and 6, these storms will start to push a bit further to the east. Any of these storms here around Lubbock will have the potential for a tornado. They'll try to rotate. Once we get closer to about 7, 8, 9 o'clock, they start to push more to the east. They'll produce more of a threat for damaging winds after 8 o'clock, I think. They think they'll become more clustered. Could still get an isolated tornado, though. And then by about 9, 10, 11 o'clock, they push east, and they'll probably weaken, honestly, as they move towards North Texas. I don't think this is going to last all the way through DFW tonight, but I do think overnight we could get some hailstorms and maybe even some wind events near the DFW Metroplex. Doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary, though. It looks much, much less bad, at least, than what we had this morning. This morning, we had a full-blown flying trampoline outbreak. It was quite literally unbelievable. Let me show you. So, for the second time ever that we've been covering North Texas, we had a flying trampoline outbreak. This only happens when we have, multiple reported trampolines that go flying. We had a trampoline here on a power pole. We had a trampoline next to a basketball hoop, completely destroyed. We had a trampoline just in the middle of somebody's yard. I don't know how it got there. And we also had a trampoline flipped over in this person's yard. And I also had a few other photos. I've had at least 10 photos sent in of flying trampolines just in North Texas. And this is why we have a flying trampoline meter. Like, some people think, it's just this joke or whatever. It really isn't. It has a purpose. Now, for the rest of today, the flying trampoline meter is at a medium risk. This morning, though, that was definitely an extreme risk for flying trampolines in DFW. But that was a full-blown flying trampoline outbreak that we had in North Texas this morning. Also, they just have added a tornado possible label now to this storm that Storm Hunter Media is on. Here's a live view of that right now.
And he made it 6-door. That was an Arizona project. I didn't know he chased. Wes, if you happen to be watching, you showed me that truck. That truck just passed us. It's called the Storm Cruiser.
So this storm, they're on the southern side of it, so that would be where a tornado would develop. Got a pretty good storm base right now in this storm, pretty good cloud base. Obviously a large rain shaft. All the hail is going to be in that rain shaft for the most part. And sometimes you get a few hailstones outside of that, but it doesn't happen too frequently unless there's a lot of wind or something along those lines. Whoa, big CG right there. They've had a couple of big CGs.
Look at them all.
They've caught a lot of cloud ground lightning. I was watching them earlier. They had a lot of cloud ground lightning being caught earlier. All right, quick update. The tornado warning over here, just to the east of, what was it? I don't even know where this location is. Bakersfield. East of Bakersfield, a very rural area along Interstate 10. Rotation is overall out of the warning, so this one will probably be canceled. It's predominantly a hail threat at this point, and wind threat. Could still get an isolated tornado, though, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this particular severe thunderstorm warning. The one east of Midland right now, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That'll continue here for a little longer. And then the one west of Lubbock right now, it's mostly, for this particular area, this is a very minimal hailstorm. Again, Lubbock is used to baseball-sized hail plus in a lot of cases. In this case, it's just quarter-sized hail. It is trying to intensify, but it's kind of struggling. So I wouldn't say it's a massive concern right now for that area. Still have a tornado warning near Mount Dora and Royce in New Mexico. That rotation is pretty strong. You know, we're pretty far away from the radar site, so I don't have a fantastic view of this storm. But you can definitely see that rotation on the stronger side of things, just west of Clayton. Again, the good news, it's very rural, but, you know, we could still get a tornado here as that moves down to the southeast. Very well in play. Pan up to the Panhandle. Yeah, we're looking at the Panhandle. Again, anything basically north of the tornado watch, I think will be mostly wind and hail. I think in this tornado watch, though, I actually do think this is really the, you know, the primed area for any tornado action today. We could see something down here in the hill country. It's possible. But I'm honestly the most concerned right now about the storms that are in and around the Lubbock area. And maybe even near Amarillo, but I think Amarillo still will be mostly wind and hail. This environment here is a bit more favorable. We have a lot more spin in the atmosphere, so any storms that can remain discrete will definitely have a chance at producing a tornado. Now, I don't think we'll have any, you know, strong tornadoes unless, you know, we really get something organized, but, you know, we'll see. It can't be ruled out. But this storm in particular that Storm Artemisia is on, they are looking at a storm that's producing baseball-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label.
99 degrees. I don't know.
Thank you, Vex, Robert, Insane, QWERTY for all becoming members. Thank you, also QWERTY for the $2 super chat. I'm not grittying right now. Will we get more severe weather in Carrollton, Texas? I do think there's a chance, but it'll probably be overnight tonight.
Location. It's pulling temperature from whatever town, city or town.
Let me real quickly pull that up here. The National Weather Service of Fort Worth did post kind of a guide for tonight, which I think if anybody's in North Texas right now, which there's probably at least a few of you watching from there, this is what we're looking at for tonight. I think this is a pretty good guide on what to expect tonight. So tonight will be, again, severe weather, predominantly west and south of DFW, but we could even see some severe storms near DFW tonight. But look at the timing here. It's all pretty much after sunset, and a lot of it will be after midnight for at least like DFW area. So I think there's a chance for hail and wind. I don't really think we're going to see any tornado threat really materialize there. If there is one, it's very low, and then flooding is also a potential threat as well. So that'd be the main concern. San Antonio. I have two questions about San Antonio. Let me real quickly go through the timing here. So here's the timing for tonight. Top of your screen is a timestamp. That is 4 o'clock Central Time on the latest run, which goes through. Okay, so here's the timing for tonight. So about 5, 6 o'clock, these storms are moving east. Most of these storms will not last past sunset back over in the hill country. Any of them that do, though, will produce damaging winds throughout areas near San Antonio, Austin, and back near the southern Texas areas. That'll be all the way through about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. After midnight tonight, the other storms that develop here over in West Texas will make a run at trying to get towards DFW, but I don't think it's going to happen. It was much more favorable to happen last night before the storms happened in North Texas this morning. It has changed entirely, so I think overall the severe weather threat tonight would be probably held to really tomorrow morning in North Texas, where there could be some isolated hail and wind and maybe a brief tornado. But I don't think the threat tomorrow morning will be as significant as what we saw this morning, but we could still see similar impacts. So flying trampolines being a possibility, so make sure that you hatch down trampolines. And if you have any friends or family that have trampolines, please let them know to hatch down their trampolines, because for some reason, people still don't hatch down trampolines, even though we put out these flying trampoline meters. Was there a confirmed tornado this morning in Dallas? I don't think so. There was damaging winds that reached as high as 90 miles per hour, though. Back over near Flower Mound, Texas, we had a report of an 86 mile per hour wind gust, which is quite absurd. That's crazy. So and we're watching this storm. We've been watching the other 2 tornado warnings, but this one in particular a little bit more concerning right now. Let's go back to Storm Artemisia here.
See if you can use the wide angle camera on this app.
They're near Level Land, Texas right now, which again, actually no, they're not. They're west of Littlefield, I think, right? Where is Level Land? All right, Level Land South. So they're on the storm that's back over near Pep, and this one again has some circulation. Looks like we do have at least some sort of lowering maybe trying to develop there. So might be something developing here. Again, the storm is a tornado possible label, so. Our trampoline in Killeen, Texas got mangled in the last round of storms. I'm honestly not surprised. Unless you hatch it down, it's going away. It's literally a bird.
Look at the base we're under.
Fair enough.
Legitimately a bird. It's the state bird of Texas. Flying trampolines. They really are. And here's a zoomed out look at what we got for severe weather right now. We got a bunch of severe storms in West Texas right now. In addition to that, back over in Louisiana, a few people asking about this. Majority of the storms are clearing out of both Louisiana and the Houston area. Again, the main concern at this point is going to be the threat for damaging winds with any storms that do remain. Wow, look at that. Beautiful skies here in Houston, Texas on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Back over just south of Houston. Obviously, it was pretty stormy here not too long ago, but a pretty beautiful view there of the clouds back over near League City. I think Oklahoma City is also not looking too shabby right now. Look at that. Oklahoma City, just perfect blue skies right now. Beautiful stuff. All right, let's go back to Stormwater Media here for that.
They're trying to deploy a probe out here. I think.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody left.
Oh, it's only pennies.
I don't know if it was because of the hail necessarily.
I'll throw this out there. We apparently have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Wisconsin. West of Milwaukee for some hail. Look at that. There's actually a marginal threat up here today. So, not too shocking. Here's the a new warning also for Amarillo. So if you're in Amarillo, Texas, new severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is currently moving to the northeast. Also, just an FYI, we're not going to be live tomorrow almost at all. I'm just going to quickly break this down real quick. So we have, again, severe weather tomorrow. This threat is a legitimate pencil. Or French fry, if you want to call it that goes from North Dakota and Montana back into basically just the high plains. That's what we're talking about. We also have a couple of marginal threats in both, Texas and as well as Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Minimal threats overall. Thursday is a chance we will go live. Widespread storms are expected on Thursday. We could get another round of severe weather here. So just kind of some high plains madness. And if we do end up going live on Thursday, we'll have multiple storm chasers. I think Connor Croft will be back out in the field too. So it'll all be stuff to be watching for then. But once again, this is the storm that we've been watching for a while now. It is not tornado warned. We have 2 tornado warnings. Again, the one over in northeast New Mexico, west of Clayton. That rotation, kind of in the middle of nowhere right now. Let's just go back to that really quickly. There's that, circulation. Again, there's definitely some rotation here. It's moving down to the southeast. We have a bit of a radar hole here, so it's not a fantastic view in particular of this storm. But we could get a tornado. As this moves down to the southeast, and it's probably going to be pretty photogenic. So, again, if you're in the warning, just seek shelter, just west of Clayton. And then also the other one is back over here in southwest Texas, back over in the hill country. Again, this tornado warning should just be canceled. The rotation is out of this area now. It's going to be moving down towards 349, and predominantly a hail threat here, but we could still get an isolated tornado. All right, let's go back to this, and we'll go back to Stormwater Media. Just kind of seeing the photogenic storms today. We'll see if we can kind of see any photogenic tornadoes today or not. I do feel like this one has a pretty solid chance of doing that over the next hour.
Whatever week or rotations in here.
Yeah, it's somewhere.
I think it'll be an interesting day if we do see something like that. Thank you, Rubber, for becoming a maximum velocity member.
I think it's,
and welcome to the Velocities.
Will
San Antonio be okay? I think the main concern will be, will probably be damaging winds. I don't think you'll have much else. That'll be after sunset, probably before midnight. And even then, it's not a guarantee. Also the Loggy Frog for becoming a maximum velocity member.
Hailstone's landing in the dirt over there. I can see it.
I can hear him. Go on your window. You can hear him. Yeah, this one going across the road.
Ooh.
Same one. Yeah, you can hear him in the field. Oh.
Oh.
Right there. I just saw that thing just fall.
Thank you, Terry, also for becoming a member.
Oh, did you get it?
Uh-huh.
Sound like a little missile.
I honestly don't know what they're talking about. I haven't seen Connor Croft in a while. Did you not just see him like 2 days ago? We were live with him like 2 days ago.
Just wanted to fling him out at us.
Any tornadoes possible today? There is a tornado risk. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 tornado warnings, so there's definitely a tornado threat. Here's where the threat is. It does not include DFW, at least for now. I don't think they'll be included. There's probably a low risk tomorrow, maybe. I don't think they added a 2% here. Yeah, they didn't add a 2% here, but there is at least a very low chance tomorrow morning. But the main area that we're watching for tornadoes, which again could be photogenic, will be back out here in West Texas. And also a very low chance back down near Houston with that area of storms earlier, but at this point, that's pretty much done. The main concern from here on out will predominantly be in West Texas for any tornadoes. With that said, we could still see some damaging winds and hail near DFW later tonight. That'll be overnight. And then also near Austin and San Antonio, it's the same thing. Be later tonight for any of that threat. The 2 tornado warnings that we do have expire in 1 minute. We'll see if any of them get reissued, but I highly doubt the one in Texas would. And the one in New Mexico probably could. But it might not. Let's see. They haven't issued a new warning on that at all yet, so I'm guessing they'll probably issue a new tornado warning on this. If not, they'll at least issue a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll probably include areas just south of Clayton near 402. By the way, look at that. Oh, they just caught hail and they threw out the window. I missed it.
Absolutely massive.
There's some of the hail that's falling there on that storm
corner. Right.
west of Littleton.
Not absolutely massive, but I see it.
Probably some golf ball sized hail.
But they're coming more frequently.
They threw it out the window as I turned to them. Alright. Both these tornado warnings are about to expire at the same time. We'll see if either of them get reissued. As of right now, the one up to the north did not get reissued. I think that one might get reissued, though. They don't have a new warning on that storm yet, so pretty rural areas. Still got some broad circulation on the storm west of Littlefield. Again, nothing too crazy right now. It looks more like a hail threat, at least for the time being, but we might get an isolated tornado. And there is a tornado possible label on this storm just west of Littlefield, and that'll eventually be going towards New Deal, Anton. Lubbock might even be in the track of that. The storm that just went through Lubbock has died out. The severe thunderstorm warning there has ended up expiring, or was canceled. But the storm itself is fizzling pretty quickly. And we have the other storm that is over near the Meadow area, which does have some broad circulation as well. But there's no tornado possible label, at least for now, on that storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there you go. New tornado warning in New Mexico. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This includes Clayton this time, near text line. See how many people this includes here. The rotation itself would be approaching areas just southwest of Clayton, eventually moving down to the southeast towards 402. Take shelter if you're in the warning. If you're in a mobile home, get to a sturdy structure or into a ditch. Try to see how many people are in this. Let's see. I don't think there's... Clayton, I think, is a bigger town. Alright, we have about 3,000 in this warning, actually. I think Clayton is like a more... Yeah, this... So Clayton's a little bit more populated in nature here in New Mexico, near Santa Fe Drive and Aspen Street. So, a bit more populated here. This rotation, again, is right now on the southwest side of town. We could still see this try to get a little bit closer to you, but right now it's on a more southeasterly trajectory. But just stay in your safe place if you're in Clayton, just in case. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is a supercell. Now, almost all, I mean, all these storms that are severe are supercells. This one that's over here west of Lubbock has rotation. It's a supercell. Okay. Thank you, Terry, also for becoming a member. Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, these storms, at least the one in New Mexico, I mean, it's just hard to see on radar. And again, that tornado could very well drop. We don't have any sort of current view on that storm as of right now. Also, the storm that's back over here, back over southwest of Lubbock, is actually pretty photogenic too. Has really a very broad area. I would even say it's really rotation right now, but it definitely has a pretty nice circular base to it. So definitely a circular base. And this storm's definitely producing some hail and wind. I don't think it's going to probably produce a tornado yet, but it might be able to as it moves towards Tahoka or Wilson. So just keep that in mind if you're back over on the south side of Lubbock. I think this storm that's over near Littlefield right now has the best chance of doing something near Lubbock. But again, storm motion today is very, very slow. This storm in particular is moving east at 10 miles per hour. Now, it's going to probably speed up at some point, but just for reference, this is... if it were to keep going that speed, it's a 3.5-hour drive basically until it gets to Lubbock. You can walk faster than this storm is going right now. That's how slow this storm is right now. But with that said, these storms will probably speed up as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon and eventually into the evening. Is Wilson going to drop something? It'll drop some hail, some cheese curd sized hail. Very fitting, by the way, for Wisconsin, home of the cheese curds. There will be some cheese curd sized hail up there. Other than that, not really. I would not be anticipating much of anything. Maybe some downburst winds, perhaps. That'll be about it. We also have some severe storms firing up over here in Colorado. Home of the snow. We got some hail core. We got a hail core here also developing northeast of the radar site. This is in the middle of nowhere east of Colorado Springs. I have another one southeast of La Junta. Or La Junta. Can't remember the pronunciation for that one. Again, we still have rotation on the southwest side of Clayton, New Mexico. Again, this will be on track to go towards Tex Line. It's near Highway 402. And I don't think it's a super big concern for the town of Clayton, but just in case, seek shelter, in case it takes a... if there's a tornado here, in case it takes a left-hand turn, it's not far from you. Just stay in your safe place just in case, if you're on that warning. And this storm now has been downgraded to 2-inch sized hail. Stormer Immediate did pick up a hailstone from this, and we were looking at that not too long ago. Looked like some golf ball sized hail. So, I don't think it was too significant. I don't think we've had any tornadoes confirmed today yet. Let me check the SPC reports. I don't think the one that happened, at least the tornado warning that was in DFW earlier, I don't think that ended up being an actual tornado. The one in Dallas. Let me check. No, we've had no tornado reports today. We've had a lot of wind damage reports, and rightfully so. Again, the storms that rolled through DFW this morning produced winds as high as 90 miles per hour. And, yeah, I mean, we had a lot of wind damage. We had a lot of flying trampolines in particular, too. Let me pull this up real quick. Where is it here? So again, only for the second time in history, we had a flying trampoline outbreak today, in North Texas in particular. So we had a bunch of flying trampolines. If you're just tuning in, didn't already see this, we had a trampoline right along a power line back over near DFW this morning. One that was next to a basketball hoop. Another one that was just in the middle of nowhere, just kind of flew away from somebody's house. And then another one flipped over and completely destroyed almost over here in a yard, with a tree also damaged heavily. So, quite a bit of trampoline, quite a bit of trampolines are flying around. We at least need 6 trampolines reported that flew away for there to be a flying trampoline outbreak. So that did classify today. We had 4 of those photos have been sent, probably about 12 now. So there's been quite a bit. It's from Ralph Romero on Facebook. Look at this. This is one of the supercells that's blown up over here in West Texas. Is it trampoline migration season? It's that time of the year. We are officially in flying trampoline season. I mean, we have been for the last 3 months. Flying trampoline season usually ends in like the end of July. Not for like the southern plains, but just for the entire United States. Nope. Apparently, there's a flying pool too from This is from Lorraine Marie. This is a pool. It's not even a trampoline. A flying pool over in North Texas this morning. Goodness gracious. Mark safe from the 2024 trampoline apocalypse today. I have to post that. That is so funny. We need to add a flying pool meter at this point. This rotation, at least from what we're seeing here near Clayton, New Mexico, is a bit broader. But again, just stay in your safe place if you're in Clayton, New Mexico. Just to the southwest of Clayton right now. I'm posting this on Twitter. Alright. Any word on the storm in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin? There isn't really much happening there. Again, just from what I was looking at, it looked like outflow boundaries that were producing these storms. Or maybe not, actually. These storms overall are mostly just wind and hail. And even then, there's really not much wind with this. It's just hail. I wouldn't be too concerned if you're back up in Milwaukee right now. Just stay weather aware. It's mostly hail. Protect your car, that sort of thing. Nothing out of the ordinary there. I mean, even over here, this isn't, like, out of the ordinary. But we do have an enhanced risk, which is why I went live. If this was a slight, I highly doubt I'd be live right now. But there could be something. We'll see. Whoa. Okay. We actually have, okay, this is almost an hour ago, but we actually had at least possibly two different tornadoes on the storm earlier. Or land spouts. It looks more like a land spout to me. It's connected to the storm base by the looks of it, so I think it actually was. I think we had two different tornadoes as of. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter. As of 45 minutes ago, we had two different land spouts reported from a chaser in the area. So it's pretty crazy. Two land spouts, maybe two tornadoes. They look more like tornadoes to me. Or gustnadoes. They could be literally anything. Fishnado. Pretty interesting though. Oh, my bad. I'm on the wrong screen. But we're talking about this storm here near Clayton. That did that. Is this audio still too loud?
Oh, damn.
How is it really that loud? My like audio thing is super low. It's crazy though. My background's pink? That's definitely red. Is that? That's definitely red, unless I'm colorblind. Here's a view, by the way, of this storm back over west of Lubbock from Stormrunner Media. I've turned the audio down drastically, so I don't know if this is too loud still, but... It's pink? This is not pink! You guys are crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why I lost control. The thing's on and it's plugged in. I wonder if the controller's going out. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. Can I still control it from in here? Yeah,
That's orange.
Strange.
This is definitely red.
What was up with that?
I think you guys are tripping, honestly. That looks red to me. Evan, is this red? Or is it pink? There's just no shot. I'm not colorblind. This is red. This is not pink. You guys are tripping. I am not colorblind. All right, we do have a tornado on this storm south of Clayton, New Mexico. Again, it would be approaching 402, moving eventually towards 296, and very rural areas south of Clayton. Just continue to stay in your safe place just in case if you're in Clayton. This storm has produced at least a couple of different land spouts, maybe brief tornadoes. So, we're watching that storm closely. Can confirm it's pink. It's not pink. I'm not colorblind. Oh my god. We're making a poll in chat. All right. Answer the poll. $75% of you guys think it's pink. There's no shot. I don't think there's any other. I couldn't tell you. It looks red to me. I don't know. That's true, Evan. That's pretty true. That's probably what it is. I can't make my room any more like red. I don't think. I'll have to figure that out. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of the current storm that we're looking at with Storm Winter Media. Again, bottom right of your screen, this storm is again producing 2-inch sized hail, and as well as the threat for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The one southwest of Lubbock is also producing some rotation now, it looks like. So we do have some broad circulation just to the southwest of Meadow. So we might end up getting something out of that. So if you're in this warning, make sure that you're staying away from windows, as there is still a chance for maybe a brief tornado, at least some sort of threat for hail and wind. But this storm also has been kind of weakening a little bit here, so we'll see if it really stays alive or not. I think the best chance of storm staying alive will be these two right here. Really, it'll kind of cluster together eventually. Oh, I thank you, Sid, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. How's the tornado risk looking for San Marcos later today? It's a very low risk in my opinion. I don't think we're going to see anything like that really near San Marcos. I think it'll be more of just a wind threat. Even if there was a tornado risk, it is very low. It's near zero. So thank you, Leah, for the $5 super chat. Another red light should fix it. I spent so much money on lights, and two of the ones I got literally don't even do anything. I have to return them if I actually get time to do that. Still some rotation here. Oops. There's still some rotation here south of Clayton. At this point, if you're back over near Mount Dora, you're good right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, they have issued a new tornado warning on the storm that is over west of Vega. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This is actually with a storm that is currently producing hail up to the size of apples. I would not be shocked if this storm is producing hail upwards of the size of like 4 inches or even 5 inches. This is a monster when it comes to hail right now, it looks like, at least on reflectivity. Let me check out the other radar site here. Let's see if we can verify that. Yeah, it might be a bit smaller, never mind. There's definitely a lot of hail falling on this storm back over west of Vega. But that is a serious hail core. This is the rotation right now. Again, it's been increasing just a little bit here. If we did have a tornado, again, it'd be right there just to the north of Interstate 40. This is in Oldham County, Texas. In Oldham County, here in Texas. So if you're in this area, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's literally a county, so I don't think there's really, I don't know if there's really a whole lot of people here. Let me check. This is a big hailstorm, that's for sure. 4 people, there you go. You're one of the 4 people watching, again, seek shelter, just north of Boise, Texas. With apple-sized hail being likely. I'm not seeing anything confirmed though on this. It looks, again, Rotation, at least on this scan, was a little bit broader, but there definitely could be a tornado with this. We don't have great radar views of this, so this is High Plains Madness season. Again, some of these areas are just really rural. Like, I mean, this area in particular, like anywhere here, right along New Mexico and Texas border, very rural areas. We don't usually cover these events, but the reason why we're covering it is more because of the the threat happening down here in the tornado watch, which is about 500,000 people, and then there's a lot more people also down here in the hill country too that could get some hailstorms. But also we could see some photogenic tornadoes, so we're live for that too. Kind of live for everything here. But this is a beast of a storm, I gotta say that. Rural, I can't say rural. Rural areas. Raggy. Here's the latest scan, so definitely some stronger rotation. Just north of Interstate 40, west of Boise, Texas. This could very easily drop a tornado. It's actually a pretty impressive looking storm here on radar. Very, very possibly could produce a tornado here. Today is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, and we actually had a flying trampoline outbreak. Can you believe that? Like, it's perfectly fitting for this kind of day. I'm curious what I have somebody posting warnings on Twitter and stuff. Tucker, what is this? One of my mods posts photos of tornado warnings now. I don't know what in the world we're looking at here. You can't even see the tornado warning. It's fine. We do have an update on the tornado warning in New Mexico. Still radar indicated as of right now. No sort of like reports or anything like that on this storm. There was a couple of brief spin-ups on this earlier. Still got some circulation right now. Nothing tight, but pretty strong still west of Tex line. Just south of Clayton as well. Here in New Mexico. Again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. It's pretty rural areas though after the areas past Clayton, so not nearly as concerning, at least for now. Clayton was like 3,000 people. Anything south of that is, again, just mostly farmland. And then this storm right now is also, again, 4 people are in this particular warning near Interstate 40. But the other problem is, Interstate 40, there's definitely people driving along Interstate 40. There might be truck drivers, there might be people traveling, whatever it might be. So, the other thing to think about here is that even if there is not a tornado, we are talking about some significant hail, upwards of the size of apples. So apple-sized hail is falling out of the sky here near Interstate 40. And again, I would not be surprised if this hail was a bit larger than apples. It could be a bit higher, so. It's fine, Tucker. It's fine. Also, this is storm intermediate right now. They're looking at the storm back over again, west of Lubbock. It's this one. They're near Littlefield right now. Just south of Littlefield. Storm's definitely starting to organize a bit more here. The one that they're looking at.
Jeez.
This is the storm that we're talking about here. And just some broad circulation, but it's definitely becoming a bit more healthy. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. An apple a day keeps the storms away, probably, too. There's that, again, area of circulation right now, just north of Interstate 40. No, here's Michael Cooper on Twitter, also sending me another trampoline that went flying away. I mean, I bet there's over 100 trampolines that have been displaced from their owners today in Texas, like, legitimately. The amount of flying trampolines that I keep getting sent is absurd. And also, we had a flying pool, so we've had a lot of, various stuff here today. If you're wondering about what the size of apples is, by the way, it is 3 inches in diameter. That's what we're talking about. So whatever apple is the size of 3 inches, I don't know which apple. I don't know if it's Granny Smith. That Granny Smith is the only type of apple I even know of, honestly. So there's a bunch of different kinds, but it's an apple that's the size of 3 inches. Or you could just think of it as slightly larger than baseballs. So, thank you, by the way, Dean, for the 10 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for Dean. I do appreciate your generosity. And also thank you to Native for becoming a maximum velocity member. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, I'm not really seeing any definitive area of circulation on this storm. It would be in the hook that we have there. We were just kind of in between radar sites here. Looks like it's going to be kind of back up here north of Interstate 40. And then again, our hail core is all back in here. And so large to very large hail still falling here, up to the size of apples near Interstate 40. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. And then the storm back up over near Clayton and Tex Line. Again, there is some circulation here. It might produce another tornado. Again, we just don't have a great radar view of this. We had a report from about an hour ago of there being a tornado on this storm. So possible that happens again. And then the Amarillo storm has weakened quite a bit. So the wind threat's dying down on that one for the time being. And the storm back up here near Harrell, Texas is still producing damaging winds up to 60, 2-inch sized hail. They have removed the tornado possible label on this, but I wouldn't let an isolated tornado with that down the road. All right, let's go back to the storm. It's producing apple-sized hail. It's not even moving. Hail's no joke. I know that this storm is... I don't know how many people are being hit by this storm, but that's quite large hail. This is like not even a small hail core. The correlation coefficient does not really show much hail in here, so it's probably more rain, but right in there is where all the hail is probably. At least it's what we're thinking here. If we go to the other radar site, back over near Amarillo, it does show that hail predominantly in that area as well, near Interstate 40. So a lot of that hail's in there. I think a lot of what we're seeing with this white is just rain. Probably heavy rain, but... The radar sites that we have back over in like New Mexico and Colorado typically do exaggerate that reflectivity a little bit. Because like this right here, like even though it looks like it's a major hail core, 76 dBz, the fact of the matter is it's really not that major when it comes to hail. I mean, this storm's warned right now for golf ball sized hail, but in a typical situation, if we're looking at a storm like this over in like the Midwest or even back over in like the Ohio Valley, this is usually going to produce more of like 3+ inch sized hail. If we had a reflectivity signature like that. But it also depends a lot too on like the correlation coefficient. We need to see something here other than the red and like the tan colors. This right here is a pretty sizable hail core, but still, it's not massive. This is actually the hail core. It's not even that. So that right there, again, there's just not a whole lot there. Look at this, by the way. This is the storm right here. Look at the left side of your screen here. Look at that, the middle of your screen. That is an explosive supercell right there. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, this right here is no cheese curd sized hail. This is 100%, pretty sizable hail here. Where's the Discord link? Discord link is in the description somewhere. Martin, speed does not have much to do with it. It just doesn't have much to do with hail. I mean, you could have hail with any storm, really. You just need certain ingredients. Speed is not really that big of a deal, though. One of the biggest things that you need is you need steep lapse rates. If you have steep lapse rates, meaning that the temperature is rapidly decreasing as we go up into the atmosphere, that's going to help a lot when it comes to producing hail. Which again, like, let's just say the temperature at the surface is like 90 degrees. And you're going up into the atmosphere, and let's say at, I don't know, 10,000 feet or something like that. making an example here. You can't even see. Let me redraw this. So let's just say you go up into the atmosphere. Here we go. 10,000 feet right here. It's 90 degrees at the surface, and it's 60 degrees at 10,000 feet. Again, it's probably colder than that, but just an example. But let's say, you know, in a different environment like this one in Texas, let's say it's going from 90 to more like 30 or something like that. Just a drastic difference. Basically the temperature as we go up into the atmosphere, the quicker it cools down, the better shot we have of hail also reaching the surface at the size it is already being produced in the particular, storm. So cooler temperatures help a lot with that, especially as we go up into the atmosphere. But we need steep lapse rates, which is what I'm talking about. Just need a big decrease in temperatures for there to be larger hail at the surface. Today's lapse rates, let me check. Today's lapse rates, though, are probably pretty steep. It's a pretty unstable atmosphere today, so I'm guessing it's pretty steep here. Let me check. Which lapse rates are just temperature every kilometer. So, like 10 degrees, like a 10-degree drop every kilometer is very favorable for that sort of stuff. Where is lapse rates? I don't know if the HRRR actually shows lapse rates individually. I know they show it on METARs, though. Oh, no, they do. Okay. Yeah, so here are the lapse rates. For example, like right about now, this over here is a very favorable environment. I mean, we got lapse rates between 8 and 9. Some areas even near 10 over in New Mexico, which is a very unstable atmosphere, too. But, like, lapse rates like this, just look at, like, the sounding here. Temperature is decreasing rapidly as we open to the atmosphere. So that's going to help, too, with hail reaching the surface. Now, granted, the temperature at the ground in this particular sounding is 77, while, right about at 3 kilometers up into the atmosphere, that's when it goes below freezing. So, a lot of the time, hail kind of mixes back up here in the clouds. It would be well above the LCL. It usually kind of mixes up in here. Click the wrong button. Okay. Lapse rates. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning over near Vega, Texas. Again, 4 people are in this morning. It's a very rural area, but the thing that we're watching for here more than anything would be potentially an isolated tornado, but more than anything we'll be looking for that hail potential here, upwards of the size of apples. I don't even see any roads here near Boise, so I don't know where people are in this warning. I don't see roads, like, at all, unless it's, like, right along Interstate 40. I'm actually curious. Maybe it's up here, but that's like a mountain. I don't know. It's interesting. But if you're in that warning, you can get into your safe place. This is the other tornado warning south of Clayton. And just a broad area of circulation right now, southeast of Clayton, southwest of Tex line. It has broadened quite a bit here as we continue to get closer to the radar site, so not nearly as concerning as right now, but yeah. This is the storm, by the way, that is exploding right now back over where Storm Intermediate is, back near Levelland, Texas. That is an explosive storm right there. And that right there is a photogenic supercell. I'm not sure exactly which direction they're looking. They're looking south. Okay, so they're looking at the storm. Guessing that's southwest of Lubbock. Yeah, they're looking at the storm southwest of Lubbock. Now, that storm that we're looking at here is this right here on radar. Just for reference. This is the storm. It doesn't even look that crazy on radar, but it actually just produced some baseball-sized hail. So pretty crazy stuff there. We just got a report of baseball-sized hail here near Meadow. So pretty crazy. That's the storm that's behind them. That's the outflow boundary, by the way. You can see in person that little cloud there, that like rolling cloud. That is the outflow boundary. So that's what we're looking at here. Is the outflow boundary. This storm has become a lot less tornadic because of that. I don't think it will be tornadic because of this outflow boundary now. It's going to be a very low chance. But this is, taken over at this point, basically. At least for now. We could see some redevelopment here, but it might take a little bit. You can actually see the outflow boundary there in person. Which this outflow boundary, for the record, could explode some more thunderstorms over near, like, Level Land, Texas. So that's definitely something to watch for. Yeah, this storm right here is pretty impressive. Here's another view of that. That's what we're talking about with photogenic stuff. Very cool to see this.
Starting to show rotation.
Yeah, but look, wait.
I saw the little bump down there.
Yeah, that just showed up.
Turn around.
Outflow boundaries on radar are really fascinating. And even in person, I mean, you can see that little roll cloud. I think they're more fascinating on radar, honestly, but... Or that Texas has the second most tornadoes this year, is that true? I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't seen the updated count
Takes its southeast turn, it's going right into Lubbock.
in a little while.
Loveland.
Yeah, beautiful, just a beautiful storm there. Absolutely gorgeous. And luckily, it's not really impacting too many people. We have Meadow, but that's about it. Ropesville, too. But we had some baseball-sized hail in this particular supercell, and you can see why. It's a huge thunderstorm. It's tall.
Yeah, it's crazy intact. I agree.
Overshooting cloud tops and everything. It's a really cool storm to see. There's your outflow boundary right there.
It's impressive.
It ain't no shelf cloud.
Pretty cool stuff.
278. Slim chickens.
Also had some 3-inch sized hail reported on this particular storm. This is actually back up to apple-sized hail. So apple-sized hail now in the storm going towards Anton, Texas. Had a recent report of apple-sized hail there, just south of Littlefield. Somebody just asked me, what is this line that's moving backwards right here? I'm pretty sure that's the dry line. Let me just double check. Let me pull up HRRR. I believe that's just the dry line retreating. Yeah, that's all that is. Yeah, that's the dry line retreating right there. You can see as we go over the next few hours, that's where the dry line is. It's just going to retreat back to the west. See that over time. That's what the tri line's doing right now. There's a lot of cool little radar features here today. This is just another one. That whole line right there on radar is just the dry line. You know, that's the dividing line between moist and dry air. So we have that happening here, moving westbound. A lot of cool weather phenomena here in West Texas today. Why does that happen? Well, the dry line just emotionally doesn't want to be in Texas anymore, so it's leaving. It's going to New Mexico instead. That's why. Imagine that'd be a pretty crazy little feeling there. Dry lines have feelings too, guys. Dry lines have feelings too. This rotation near Boise, Texas, along Interstate 40 is a bit broader now, but still watching for a pretty significant hail threat here, as this storm does continue to really stall and slowly move east. The dry line needs a hug. It does. It really does. The tornado warning cell up here is moving out of the tornado warning. I'm guessing they're going to issue a new warning on here soon. It's pretty rural areas, but just south of text line, I'd seek shelter. They have yet to issue a new warning on that storm, but there probably will be one at any time. I thank you to everybody that supports the channel. We hit 270,000 subscribers before we went live. I do appreciate your support. Thanks for tuning in. If you are new to the channel, subscribe. We do live streams like this all the time. Like the stream as well. Look at this. This is a beautiful photo. I mean, this is just a beautiful supercell out here in Texas.
But it looks weird because there's also this little thing right here. Can't quite tell what that's doing to that.
Flow maybe? Pulling off of it? I don't know.
Will the severe weather be over with? Never.
I mean, there is some. It's crossing the road, whatever rotation it did have.
So this is the storm that they're looking at right now, which again does not look visually impressive on radar, but actually it is pretty impressive. But the storm cloud's kind of going up this direction. All the high cloud tops that are overshooting go out to the northeast with a I believe I think it's a southwesterly flow today in the upper atmosphere, so that's why that's happening, even though it's pretty weak. Let's go to satellite. Kind of a lot of cool, interesting features here today. Here's the satellite imagery. Go to models, satellites. I showed this earlier, but here are those storms exploding. Again, just massive supercells everywhere here in West Texas. And here's that line of storms, by the way, that went through DFW this morning. And now this afternoon, it's back over in, you know, the Gulf of Mexico. So if you know any fish down here, just make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure they're doing all right as that area of storms continues to push southeast into the Gulf. But elsewhere, again, we just got a lot of hailstorms here, a lot of wind events, and perhaps a couple of tornadoes being possible. Water vapor imagery, by the way, really crazy here. It's very humid in Texas today. Dew points were up into the, you know, almost near 80 this morning. It was very humid. Here's the infrared imagery. Just another crazy look at everything. Massive supercells. What this is showing is cloud tops and how cold they are. So the dark reds here are the overshooting clouds and also how cold the cloud tops are. So happening all over the place here. And also here's your big complex of storms moving into the Gulf. Really impressive. Evan, I know. I like using the other thing, though.
Personally, I like this one.
I don't know why, but I still use it.
Think that's anything?
It's definitely very super cellular. Like, I'm 50-50 on it. Because it's behind a boundary.
Right.
Flying fish scale? That'd be funny.
The one down there losing organization.
So again, storm runner media on the storm that is back over southeast of Level Land there, near Level Land, Texas. It's a, again, explosive thunderstorm here. Really impressive.
Sorry, people behind.
I don't know if you'll get a much better shot of a storm here today than that. Like, that right there is just impressive.
Yeah, that's weakening. But I mean, if we're gonna turn around, we gotta do that pretty quick. We're getting pretty close.
Here's the tornado warning again back over in New Mexico. This rotation is moving out of the warning now. It'll eventually move into the panhandle of Texas. It's going to be west of Dalhart, still long ways away from there, but just stay weather aware, pretty rural areas. Here's the tornado warning back over near Interstate 40. At this point, I'm more concerned about hail than a tornado, but if you're one of the 4 people in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. If you're a truck driver or anybody that's just traveling on this Interstate 40 stretch from San Juan, New Mexico, back into Vega, I'll just try to avoid this area for a little bit, as that hailstorm is definitely going to cause some damage to your vehicle.
Well, you're gonna be doing this the whole time.
Yeah.
We also have some broad circulation, by the way, on the storm north of Morton. A little bit of circulation there. It's again north of the outflow boundary, but we'll let a brief landspout or even a brief tornado with that. All right, we'll go back to storm intermediate here. The weather nerd for the 999. I'm glad I can help. Honestly, you'd be surprised. A lot of people fall asleep to watching my videos and more particularly my live streams. So don't be shocked. Usually, after I end a live stream, there's usually still about 300. Like, you know, we did a live stream the other night, Where about 2 hours after the stream was done, there were still about 200 people that were on the stream. So about 200 people fell asleep more than likely watching our live stream. So, yeah. Probably about 50 of them just left it on accidentally, but like... Is that a good or bad thing? I don't know, honestly. My overlay is yellow, I'm well aware. This storm that we're looking at is not tornadic. I fell asleep? Okay. Great.
Those are definitely this is definitely just LP.
Tornado sirens will wake them up. Honestly, we need to get a blaring siren in the background. Just blare it whenever there's a tornado warning. That'll wake everybody up, probably.
It's this boundary, yeah.
Thank you, Enrico, for the $4.99. Thoughts on DFW this evening? I don't think we're going to see much there. Again, predominantly wind if we got anything. This is the future radar for tonight. Or today and tonight. This is 6, 7 o'clock. Again, those supercells will continue to fire off, moving east. I think they'll stay more organized than what the HRRR model is showing here. We'll have some storms back over near San Angelo, producing wind and maybe an isolated hailstorm or two. Overnight tonight is when I think the best chance for storms will be into tomorrow morning. We'll probably get another complex of storms to some extent, producing wind. Maybe a low tornado risk, but I think it'll be pretty close to zero. I think it's just going to be mostly wind and some hail, and that's about it. And then that'll be mostly tomorrow morning, though, for DFW. I know you're in the thumbnail today, but I wasn't able to update it before going live. And also, you are technically still in the threat level today, even though it's a very low risk. The only way you would get severe storms is if any of this made it to DFW, which I don't feel like it will, with all the sinking air that we have from this morning from that complex of storms that rolled through. If we didn't have those storms roll through this morning, I think we would still be talking about a significant wind threat tonight, because there would not be an issue with sinking air. Really, hardly at all. So, yeah. Thank you, Jesse, for the 5 gifted members. I do appreciate that. Put smarts in the chat for Jesse. And also thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for the $6 donation. Get yourself some cheese curds from your Flower Mound, Texas friends. I appreciate that, Anne-Marie. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't live this morning. I mean, I was legitimately sleeping, so I wouldn't have been able to go live. If I knew the storms were going to happen so early today, I would have been live, but, like, I was thinking that mesoscale convective system that was going to develop in Oklahoma, I didn't think it would happen until, like, around lunchtime or so today, or just before it, but it ended up developing late last night, and I kind of thought it might do something funky, and it ended up doing, unfortunately, some stuff that was funky, really, from like 5:30 a.m. until like, I don't know, 11 or something like that. I mean, it was literally when I was sleeping. I didn't go to bed last night until about 4, so there you go. I napped 3 times with Max's stream up last week. That's kind of unfortunate. Okay. Hey, Hypnos for the $5 super chat. Thanks, appreciate it. The tornado warning, by the way, in New Mexico was canceled. We still have a tornado warning back over north of Boise, Texas. There is still some rotation by the looks of it here on that hook. And it's a very rural area, but if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, I would also be staying away from windows in your safe place. We could end up getting a tornado on this. They might actually end up extending that tornado warning. But we'll see. Thank you also, Lauren, for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Lauren. Dude, Evan. I didn't see that photo until now. This is live from outside of my streaming room right now. Pink just going out the window. Alright. Hey, John for the $4.99. Can you explain an outflow boundary and what it is? An outflow boundary is another storm initiator that develops storms. It gets shot off from, really intense thunderstorms a lot of the time, and when an outflow boundary develops like the one we have here, it usually will be able to create a lot of rising motion, and in a lot of cases, more storms will fire off of an outflow boundary. We had that yesterday in North Texas. If you watched our stream yesterday, we had multiple outflow boundaries, and those were able to produce those big supercells yesterday. So, it's the same sort of thing that we saw yesterday. Today is a little bit different, but we still have outflow boundaries. A lot of the storms today are firing off along the retreating dry line, but we could still get some storm initiation along the outflow boundary. And these are very typical in Texas, especially during this time of the year. But a lot of the time when we get outflow boundaries, they most of the time just produce hail and wind events. But think of it like a cold front. It's kind of the same sort of thing. There's no cold air, but it's another initiator. And an initiator would be like a dry line, a cold front, or an outflow boundary that can actually, make storms, fire off. So, kind of what it's all about. We also have no tornado warnings anymore. We have a tornado possible storm in Florida. Just hop to that real quick. This is just to the northwest of Palm Beach. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation here, but if you're over here near West Palm Beach, Florida, just heads up there. Little tornado possible storm over there. I don't even think they're in a risk of severe weather today. This is blue. Why does it look purple? I think this... I know what it is. It's because of my face cam. I put a new face cam in today, and it's a different exposure level. That is why it looks different. I forgot about that. I put my new face cam in today. We upgraded. That's why it looks like this. The exposure is different. I have to fix that. Because it does actually look more purple. That is why. I forgot we put in I put in that new face cam right before we went live. It's a very dark blue though. Like a light blue. I kind of like the dark blue. We'll keep it like that. Grape. It is grape color. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. There is a wall cloud actually on the storm near Morton. And I thought there was some rotation here on radar. We do have rotation. So there is a wall cloud on the storm that's near Morton right now. Reed Timmer's actually out here storm chasing. I don't think he's live, but he is storm chasing this area. Retweeted the video on Twitter, in case you don't already follow Reed Timmer. I think most people do, but who knows? By the way, following today's stream, whenever our stream ends, we will be doing a members-only fan mail opening for the first time ever. We ended up getting a lot of fan mail this week, so we'll just open it on like a quick 15-20 minute stream. So if you want to tune into that, just remember I'll have a live stream after this stream ends. I don't know when it'll be. It'll just be directly after the stream's done, basically. So if you're a member of the channel, you can watch that. If you want to watch it, you can become a member. The link is down in the description. It's also the join button down below. And also, just a quick reminder, we do have our limited release merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. You can pick that up as well. The top link in the description, it is also the link, it's not pinned in the chat, it is the top link in the description. And you can get a hat, which has 4 different styles. And you also have the t-shirt, you can pick up as well. So both of those are available on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is in the description. A lot of the shirts, by the way, have already shipped out. The hats have not yet, but not almost all, but a lot of the shirts did ship out already. So for those that are waiting on them, a lot of at least the shirts have shipped. I don't think the hats have yet. The hats haven't yet. Most of the shirts have. Hey, Russell for the $9.99. Appreciate that. Slow factory. There you go. Hey, Tracy for becoming a member. Amazing mini team of great weather hunters. You, Reed, Ryan, and Connor. Yeah, none of us really work together. I mean, I don't work with Reed. I do work with Connor. There was actually a possibility that I would be working with Reed, but that was a while back. But as we go into, well, I was gonna say, we work with Connor. We're probably not gonna work with Reed. I don't think he's kind of doing his own thing. We actually might do a collab with Ryan at some point. I was talking to Ryan last night, so that's a possibility. But I don't know what that would even entail, but that's a possibility down the road. The storm north of Morton again has a wall cloud. There is still some rotation on radar. I wouldn't be surprised if we did get a tornado warning on this, as it does move to the east-southeast. So it's just north of the alpha boundary, so we'll see. Yes, Ryan Hall. We're not talking about Ryan Skull or anybody like that. I was talking to Ryan, though, earlier. The other Ryan, the Storm Chaser, in this chat. I always lurk in people's chats. I don't know why. That would be interesting. Reed is hilarious. I know. I'm well aware.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning on the storm in the Texas Panhandle. That rotation still on the stronger side of things. So if you are in the tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, in the far northwestern Texas Panhandle. I don't know what's going on with stream quality over here. Oh, it might just be the stream itself. Let me change this back. Actually, we'll keep it like that. That's fine. All right. And strong couplet back up here again in the northwestern Texas Panhandle. This rotation's been going for like hours now. We had a couple of brief land spouts or possible tornadoes earlier on this storm, so still possible we get something like that again here. This includes 532 people. It's west of Ware, Texas, and south of Texline, Texas. So if we did have a tornado, it would be right in that couplet there. Which nothing confirmed as of right now. We don't have a debris signature. It's pretty hard to verify these from this far away from the radar site, but if we get any reports, I'll let you know. Would I ever go storm chasing? I mean, I might go storm chasing with Reed at some point, but I don't know when that would be. Maybe even with Connor at some point. Maybe one of the two. But we'll see. Today's video thumbnail was a little interesting. Like a typical thumbnail, I think, right? With Reed? Yeah, probably. It will happen probably at some point. Just don't know when. You and Connor would be hilarious. I actually think it would be. It would be pretty funny. The latest radar scan. Still a strong couplet right now. Kind of in the middle of nowhere. We don't really have any roads here, but it's just to the southwest of Perico, Texas. And just to the west of 3110 Road. Which is where the strongest area of rotation is. And then we're still watching the storm with the wall cloud back over to the west of Lubbock. Even though I think the tornado risk here is pretty low. It's definitely not zero. How are you ever reading your messages? I don't know. Should do a collab with Ryan Reynolds. What? Well, let me get Ryan Seacrest in the stream real quick. Let's do a collab with him. The new Wheel of Fortune host. Pilot, yeah, we need some sort of storm to actually have a tornado. I mean, we can have gust tornadoes, we can have dust devils, we can have land spouts without, you know, there actually being a supercell, but a little bit different. A queen for becoming a member. By the way, Stormrunner Media is fixing their cameras right now, if anybody was wondering. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a new tornado warning in the northwestern Texas Panhandle. So again, if you are just northwest of Dalhart, continue to stay in your safe place. In this particular warning, near Perico. And then the storm that's back over here, west of Amarillo, mostly hail and wind. The storm that's back over south of Muleshoe, near Morton. That rotation, still there. We still got rotation. Reed Timmer's on that one. I'm not sure if he's seen anything yet. He did spot a wall cloud earlier, so. If we get anything out of this, I'd be kind of surprised if it did produce, but I won't rule it out. The storm over here south of Lubbock now producing tennis ball sized hail, so they upgraded the warning here. It was at baseball east of Meadow. Still going. Live stream yourself playing solitaire? I've never even played solitaire before. I don't even know how you play that. Thank you, Nat, for becoming a member. Latest scan on this tornado warning is broader circulation as of right now. Again, just southwest of Perico. You just stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, just in case it does produce a tornado. Apparently, we just hit 2,000 members on our Discord server. Yippee. Where? I don't even know who that is. But I do appreciate the $4.99. Or what that is. Okay. Got any live cams? Man, we got Stormrunner Media. We got these cameras. Got Oklahoma City, which is just sunny now. We got Quanah, Texas, which is back over near, like, Vernon. That's, like, in the very eastern part of this tornado watch. We don't have any in this area. I mean, this is, like, again, very rural parts of Texas. I'll look. I don't think we have anything even in this remote area. We have, like, 2. And that's it. And, like, even those 2, they are, like, very... They're not even cameras. They're just, like, pictures. So we don't really have anything here. New severe thunderstorm warning for the Oklahoma Panhandle for 60-mile-per-hour winds. In relatively rural areas over here. Just kind of seeing if we get anything photogenic. Still got a tornado warning here, going eventually towards Dalhart down the road. I don't think this will produce a tornado risk for too much longer. At least once it gets to this complex of storms, after this merges all together, I think this particular storm will start to kind of lose that tornado risk a little bit. So I think that's what the plan is on this storm down the road. Temporarily, though, it might produce a tornado. Why isn't Reed live? I don't know. Why are you asking me? I don't know. Maybe ESP for the $4.99. I mean, I watched the Weather Channel since I was 3, and that's kind of how I got into the weather. That's like the most one-sentence answer I could give you. without having to go into super big detail. Because I mean, it's a long story, but it take a while to talk about. Wow, there's some big hail over in Littlefield, Texas. You can go to our Twitter page @MaxVelocityWX. I retweeted the photo of that. Some big hail though over there. There's apparently a major pileup on 349 West due to a dust storm in West Texas. That was as of 2 hours ago. I'm not sure if that's still true. Also, the latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Increasing severe risk. A watch is possible. Look at this storm, by the way. This is the same storm we've been looking at. Look at that right in the middle of your screen there. That's a supercell right there that we're looking at.
Wow.
That thing is massive. You can't see the entire thing because of all the high clouds, but... I think Storm Intermedia is going back to the storm near Morton.
Yeah, because we're in oil. We're in oil.
I think they're going to actually go back north. They're near Whiteface right now, and they're eventually going to go north, so that's what I'm guessing. That is a big thunderstorm right there.
We need pictures of this thing. This thing is absolutely bonkers.
Should we stop?
Yeah, but y'all in chat.
Thank you, Zach, for the $19.99. Appreciate that.
Guys too.
How tired am I? I'm honestly not that tired. I'm like slightly exhausted from all the live streaming, but I do not feel that tired.
We'll see a lot more of this
Honestly.
as we get more into high plains.
I feel pretty good, honestly, right now. Don't feel too shabby. Who's my favorite meteorologist growing up? Harvey Leonard, Greg Forbes, Greg Postel, another one. There's a few. They're like the top three, though, I'd say. Do I feel like Tornado Alley has moved east this year? Tornado Alley's been in the same place for like 70 years. I don't know why this is such a it's like a legitimate conspiracy with Tornado Alley. I don't understand why. Like everybody thinks it's moving east. It's literally a region. It's a region of the country at this point. It's like the Great Plains. It's like the Ohio Valley. They don't move. Dixie Alley. It's all the same stuff.
Where has the time gone is correct.
Never mind, those are just power trucks. Sophisticated.
There's sirens going off in Detroit right now. I'm guessing it's because of just a storm offshore or something. There's no tornado warnings up there. Also, again, this is the storm that's back over here at the bottom right of your screen. It's back near Morton, Texas. It did have a little bit of circulation. It's a relatively organized supercell right now, and that thing is massive. This is a big storm.
TVS on it.
This environment, it's a pretty explosive storm. Thank you, Brody, for the super chat.
Why are you shrinking?
This Storm Intermedia right now, they're in Whiteface, Texas, so they're just south of the storm. They're going north right now, so they're going towards this beast
All I'm gonna say was sides
of a storm right now, producing some cheese curd-sized hail.
A million people who would disagree with you.
This storm is quite literally unbelievable. I'm also seeing photos from other people on Twitter. It's quite the storm.
Never mind, we don't have Dodge trucks behind us, guys. I'm just an idiot. They're power trucks. But good lord, look at this thing. I'm just gonna find a spot to park and sit.
Will Old Max make a comeback? What's old me?
Wow.
Am I different now or something?
Right in
Have I
here.
changed? Am I falling off?
I love structure, guys. I really do. I'm a sucker for structure.
just a sucker for
This structure is pretty insane.
We're going in, though.
This is a beast of a storm right here now.
They dropped the hail on it. This down here is now the strongest storm.
Where?
This. One heading into
It's fine.
Tahoka.
That's fine. I'm happy with those.
That's good.
Oh, we're talking about that? Oh, I got you now. Going to Grandpa Velocity style. Go back to my old self.
We do have an MD.
This is a beast of a supercell though right now. I could get much better of a view of this storm than this, unless you get under it, which under it doesn't look very promising. This is just an amazing supercell though.
54,000 feet.
Producing 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There was a wall cloud reportedly with this storm from Reed Timmer, but I kind of doubt it's going to produce a tornado. Wow. What a storm.
Eventually we will have to go probably a little bit east. But right now we can just sit here and enjoy this.
Quick update on the tornado warning that's back up in just out the text line. Texas, again, it's in the panhandle. Again, still some broad circulation. It's broadening out. I think this storm will lose its tornado potential quite a bit as the storms all merge together here. But still stay in your safe place in that warning. Baseball-sized hail has been reported on that storm.
This will probably go tornado warning. Adds rotation on it.
Take pics, guys.
Look at the velocity.
Hey, by the way, William for the $20 super chat.
Oh, hello. That's way in there. Jeez.
I will check Detroit.
We may take
I don't know why sirens are even going off in Detroit. It might be like because of the storms here that are off the off the water. That'd be my only guess. It's a pretty good looking view though on the radar Omega cyclone port near Detroit. Pretty skies, but like there's nothing here. It's just thunderstorms. So I don't know. I don't know why sirens are going off. It has to be something with marine, I think though. There's marine warnings. That might be the reason why. Those aren't usually that concerning. Thank you, Gerald, also for the $5 super chat. This is west of Lubbock. It's near Morton, Texas. This is again a supercell, if you've ever seen one. Beast of a storm. All that said, I'm going to take a 60-second break. I'll be right back. All right.
Yeah, let's go.
There you go. If you're just tuning in, this is the supercell west of Lubbock. Really impressive storm structure here.
All right.
Stormrunner Media. You can also subscribe to them on YouTube.
This looks awesome.
I didn't realize I had those lights on back there.
It kind of has got a tail on it, building, doesn't it?
Yeah. Could have been in full tail.
Oh.
Who's gone practicing the gritty? I don't think so. Need Gene for the $2 super chat. No problem at all. Thank you, Dimitri for the $5 super chat.
Could we have gone north and across?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same amount of time.
Yeah, this is the storm that we've been looking at here for a while. It's just a beast. It's a beast of a supercell. And again, producing 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's nothing really out of the ordinary here. It's just a really impressive looking supercell. This is why we went live today, was for stuff like this, photogenic storms. And it's pretty impressive. Now, we also have the storm south of Lubbock, which unfortunately is still producing tennis ball-sized hail. That is approaching Tahoka, Texas, and Wilson. So again, stay away from windows if you're in those areas. There is still potential for some wind as well, and there's your new warning. So Tahoka, Wilson, also going to be back over west of Post. Still going to be a large hail threat there. The hail country we haven't checked in on a while, but it's mostly just wind and hail right now back over northeast of Sanderson, west of Sonora. So mostly hail and wind. We have a cluster of storms back over in the northwestern Texas Panhandle with still some rotation south of Tex Line where we could get an isolated tornado. There is a tornado warning here for another 17 minutes, which goes until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. So if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place until the warning has officially lifted. I don't think this will continue past this point. As long as this storm activity just all merges together, it's probably going to be a pretty low chance. It will kind of kill off that tornado potential. So that's what we're looking at overall. All right. The echo tops on this storm are about 55,000 feet, by the way. So this is a huge supercell. You can only see the bottom half of it, but man, I mean, I'm kind of in awe. If there was no other storms here, I think this would be even more beautiful. There wouldn't be as much of that, gray skies above, and you'd have some sunshine kind of reflecting off the clouds. It'd be even cooler. It's still pretty cool. I'm 8'7". If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member. The link in the description.
I'm trying, dude. No, I know. But I'm just saying, this thing driving into wind does terrible. It's because we lifted it.
Hey, Cody for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it.
Or Michelle, excuse me. I was reading something else. No, I'm sorry. Oh, no.
Miss Piggy, too.
No.
We're not calling...
Hey, Jerry for the $4.99. This is the, I was looking at something. This is the damage from Sunday's tornado emergency from a pilot. This is back over east of Charleston from Nick Lindbergh. He was flying. This is the tornado damage path. You can see it right here. So we'll be posting this in a more clear picture later, but on like Twitter and stuff. So make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. Links in the description. But this is the damage path that we had from a pilot. And again, you can just see a lot of trees and whatnot hit by this. On the ground level, obviously, a lot of homes hit pretty directly by it. But this is from a pilot on that tornado emergency that happened a few days ago. This is another photo too. Again, it's phone quality photos, but they still give you an idea of what happened. Again, you can see the damage path here as well. I think if this was just east of Charleston, this might be the occlusion that happened. I could be wrong. So, just interesting to look at. Unfortunately, that's the damage path, though. Look at this, by the way. This is now the new view that we have now of this Morton, Texas storm that still has an unbelievable storm structure.
But really not much of one.
It's a beefy looking storm. Oh, thank you, Evan. I forgot about that. Here's some more of that damage, by the way, from the tornado emergency. So this was taken by the National Weather Service survey teams that go out there assessing damage. This was categorized as EF2 damage. They've had multiple parts of this tornado as EF3. This is EF3 damage here. So, you know, again, just unfortunately a lot of damage here across this area from the tornado emergency that happened. And again, a lot of EF3. We had a lot of different EF3 damage, you know, in this particular area. So that was, again, the Kentucky tornado emergency, not the one today. Nothing's happened today in that regard, but yeah. And this is the last one I'll show, but yeah, just significant damage overall to a lot of these buildings. You can see the bricks getting ripped off there, you know, off the foundation of that house. So just post-damage stuff there from the tornado emergency, and it gives you an idea of the power of those storms that we had back on, you know, on I don't know what day it is anymore. Sunday. So on Sunday, it gives you the idea of the power of those storms on Sunday. And the environment was very favorable for tornadoes. It was the most discrete supercell that we had for a elongated amount of time. And unfortunately, that's the aftermath of that particular tornado. So, yeah, unfortunately, just significant damage there. All right. This is, again, that view of the Morton storm. It's still a little bit of a lowering here. I don't think it's going to produce, but we still have a little bit of a lowering here. This is north of Whiteface, Texas. It's east of Morton. Pretty rural area. Got some good storm structure still. They're now underneath the supercell that we've been watching for a while. The tornado warning rotation, bottom right of your screen, back over south of Texline, Texas, has broadened out a lot. I think overall the main concern with that storm is wind now. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning.
Look at how mean that is.
Jeez.
This is the most relaxing type of storm chasing, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it on that one.
Is this right here?
Wow.
These are slow-moving supercells that are
Fine, you're good.
not doing significant damage to very populated areas. At least most of them. But this is the storm that we're talking about here. Just west of Lubbock. You can see that rotation. You know, there's a little broad area of circulation. We have a little lowering there, but just a lot of scud. I don't think this is, again, going to produce a tornado. I'm just saying there's a little bit of rotation there. Still got a storm south of Lubbock as well, and producing tennis ball sized hail moving away from Lubbock. The storm that is northwest of Lubbock is also now producing 2-inch sized hail. So for those that are in Lubbock, which I know a few of you are, you know, this storm probably going to at least hit, you know, northern towns there near New Deal and Burnaffy, north of Lubbock. This storm might hit Lubbock, but right now it's more on track for level land, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is outflow dominant, so.
Maybe it could be rain wrapped.
With that said, we still have had a wall cloud, so. At least from earlier. Free Timber had a photo of the wall cloud even after it was outflow dominant. The SPC just released a new mesoscale discussion. So this area in particular, across the severe thunderstorm watch, this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Multiple storm mergers and significant convective overturning have stabilized portions of southern Texas Panhandle into southeast Colorado over the last hour or so. A significant cluster of storms has evolved over the western Oklahoma and northwestern Texas Panhandle region. This activity may begin to propagate east into portions of the watch, which will probably produce mostly large hail.
Huh? Good thumbnail. Opportunity, maybe. Like,
they were just mentioning Stormer Media, the wall cloud. You can see it embedded in the rain. I'm pointing at my camera, but embedded in the rain there on this storm east of Morton. So there's still a wall cloud in here. Even though, again, I don't think it will produce a tornado, it's still not impossible. We're still watching it closely. If it does, it's probably gonna be rain wrapped and not very photogenic because it's pretty rain wrapped right now. My water bottle bottomless. You always refill. You never refill, but you're always hydrating. I always refill it. Do you guys never hear the refilling? Wait, let me get my water jug out here. The audio doesn't pick it up, actually. I didn't realize that. It used to. I guess it doesn't anymore. That'd be why. I literally have a water jug. Oh, this is live? Yes, this is live. I'm talking to you right now. You can know it's live if you see, like, live before you click on the live stream. I bought a circle because of you, Max. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why I don't have an advertisement for. I don't know why they're not sponsoring us yet. But, like, I don't know what's happening there. We need to get that, you know, rocking and rolling though. Tornado warning has been canceled up in northwestern North Texas. Not really surprising by any means. Thank you, horrible humor. Appreciate it. Asked them to sponsor. I mean, I've contacted them through their forum a few times. 2 years ago, 1 year ago, a few weeks ago. No, just no interest. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Lubbock. This is now for destructive hail, up to 3 inches in diameter, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that is moving east-southeast, going towards level land, just west of Lubbock. Wilson, I'm already sponsored by Radar Omega, on certain streams, not all of them, but we already have a sponsorship with them. Our partnership. How many supercells are there? Probably about 10 to 15 right now. We got a lot out there. I mean, we just got a big cluster now back up in northwestern North Texas. Really, the biggest storms that we're talking about are going to be in this tornado watch, which includes Lubbock, Levelland, Muleshoe, Plainview, Childress, Paducah, all those areas. 3 inches is destructive. Oh, okay, I'm not going to read that. Oopsie. Glad I didn't say the entire thing.
this looks spectacular.
How long will I be live? As long
that.
as these storms are still photogenic, and as long as we still have these discrete cells out here, we'll be live. I mean, we'll probably be live reasonably. The longest will probably be live till it's probably like 8 or 9.
Oh,
So, I mean, this will be like a maximum 4 or 5 hour live stream at most. Is that a wedge? No, this is just a rain shaft.
Strong winds.
With a lot of hail embedded in that rain shaft.
Man.
I don't know if they're gonna go into the hailstorm or not. I highly doubt it, but you never know. Maybe they will.
Oh, watch out, car. You're about to get obliterated by hail.
car was driving right into the storm.
Yeah, 3-inch hail.
You know, people that don't even know that there's a storm here, like, or know that like there's a warning here, would probably just think this is just a storm with rain.
This is definitely a southeast mover.
This thing's producing apple-sized hail right now.
Comes the precip. Max, if you still have us up on your feed, we're about to get annihilated by 3-inch hail.
Rotation is just...
Okay, I guess they're gonna intercept the hail. I don't know if they're actually gonna stay here or not, but...
Oh.
Womp womp. I don't know if you guys heard him either. I don't know if it's loud enough, but...
Just play. I don't know.
Apple a day feeds the supercells, or keeps the supercells away. An apple a day keeps the sun away. That's a better one.
You guys are about to get rocked. Connor
It turns cyclic. Someone in chat said.
They're legitimately just gonna get wrecked by this hailstorm. Okay, I guess we're just gonna...
See, look.
I don't know. I guess we're just gonna watch them.
Yeah, no, that rotation in there. Here, you want to show that
It's just
to
to our
them real quick?
north, pretty much.
It's rotating in there, but it is completely rain wrapped. You are not.
Yeah, this is the rotation that they're looking at. Again, it's very broad. It's very weak. I highly doubt this is producing a tornado at any point, but you never know. I think they're just gonna go into the hailstorm. I think that's legitimately what they're doing here.
Have to run.
I'm like, we are definitely running in.
Yeah, unfortunately, that camera now is getting covered in rain.
Starlink might. Only problem is Starlink might kill the camera. I don't know. There's a power flash, apparently.
7 lines down. Hold on, if that happens again, I want you guys to see it. I saw it. It was a blue.
There was just a power flash, they just said, on this storm. It might have been just from strong downburst winds. I kind of doubt it was a tornado, because again, the velocities just don't really match up with something like that, but they're coming back. So down this power line stretch here, where they just saw that.
Oh my god, that is huge hail.
Fine, let's go.
I just watched that bounce by. That had to have been a 3-inch hailstone.
Oh my gosh, it's right there. Oh my gosh. I kind of want a picture of that.
Okay, that's your life you're risking.
No, I want a picture.
They chose to be in the storm, so...
How far?
They chose to be in this 3-inch hailstorm
There
here.
you go.
Oh, I see him hitting the head. Dude, we gotta run. We gotta run.
I don't know why they're in it,
Go,
but
go.
I don't know. Maybe their car can hold it up on it. I have no clue.
Bye.
Look at the hail bouncing off the road right there.
That was a softball.
Okay, let's go. You got
I know. Okay, all right.
you got your car turned.
I was gonna say we're gonna lose the rear window. We gotta run.
Ah!
How are these not hitting the car? Oh.
I mean, the storm is warned for 3-inch sized hail. You don't think this is gonna happen?
Oh, how are these not hitting the
The
car?
hail's bouncing in front of their car right now.
They weren't joking about 3 inches, dude. Oh my god. Run south. Holy crap. Those were huge.
That was huge hail, guys. You guys.
That looked like a softball. That didn't look... Oh, that's insane.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know. I mean, the warning says 3-inch hail. I don't know what else you were expecting. I don't know if you were expecting like some little cheese curds to fall out of the sky or something. It would have been pretty interesting though if they stayed there. Would have probably been pretty bad though. That's Stormrunner Media. Again, you can find them on YouTube if you want. They're at the bottom right of your screen still, but okay. Well, that took a turn. Yeah, 3 inches is big. I mean, we got some big hail in this storm. That was something else right there. They apparently saw up to 4-inch size hail, which would be the size of softballs. We have a new mesoscale discussion for the hill country. Severe threat continues across the severe thunderstorm watch, with up to baseball-sized hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being possible. I don't know why this is in such small text, but they might have had some sort of printing issue with that. I don't know.
Adrenaline rush. I thought we were about to get slammed by. Oh, there's still hailstones falling.
I would just hurry.
Camera 4 work again?
No,
Yeah,
USB connected.
okay, yeah,
Nice.
we're good now.
Yeah, we still have some broad circulation in the middle of the storm. I really don't think it's going to produce a tornado, but we definitely have huge hail. Again, they were talking about upwards of 4-inch sized hail, which is huge. Even then, apple-sized hail is pretty big too, which is 3 inches in diameter. So, just northeast of Whiteface right now. It'll be going towards Level Land, Opdyke West, Smear, Hodge, and as well as Dean, Texas. Eventually going towards Reese Center, which is where the headquarters of Reese's is, apparently. Not really, actually. And then Lubbock will be next in track for this. So Lubbock is probably going to end up getting something out of this. So that would be the next area in the track of this. Can I check on the severe weather in Oregon? There's severe weather in Oregon. Excuse me. Okay. A little hailstorm. It's really not much. I think there's a chance in Montana today too. I don't know about that, but if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream. And as a friendly reminder for those that are members, after this stream's over, which will probably still be a little over an hour from now, maybe 2 hours, we will have a members-only fan mail opening stream since we got like 4 different packages. So I will open that after the stream on a members-only stream. And if you want to tune into that, again, you can also become a member if you want. It is the join button down below. It'll be available to all members. So just heads up. Huge hail in Dalhart. The Dalhart storm was producing up to baseball-sized hail as well at one point. There's no storm there now, but there was golf ball-sized hail when the storm rolled through there as well. But we're talking more like apple to baseball to softball-sized hail on this storm right now. Going towards Lubbock, so. How do I become a member? The membership link is pinned in the chat. It's also the join button down below. There's also a link in the description. I have not opened any of the packages aside from one, which was a few days ago. So, like, I have legitimately no clue what's in there. Thank you, Sarah and Molly, for both becoming members. Thank you, Name, for becoming a moderate velocity member. What is Midland looking like this evening? Midland's probably not going to see much more. The dry line, again, is retreating back to the west. I don't think we're going to see any more initiation here near Midland. I think the majority of the storms are going to be back to your east now. Still a low chance, but pretty close to zero.
But the one that we saw flying around were bigger than the one that I saw right there.
That's why I stopped. I was like,
I don't think the tornado watch will be
that,
expanded. It goes for 2.5 hours longer.
You don't
I don't think it'll be expanded though.
Yeah, that hits your head. That's concussion. I don't even know how I want to approach this.
Just the same thing that
Cleveland, you have massive hail coming towards you here in town here in 15 minutes or so.
still rotating. Clearly, but I mean, it's obviously just to our north.
Whatever it is, it has to be back in that rain, or in the hail, I should say.
I don't think DFW is going to see these storms. Again, pretty low chance. The better chance for storms in North Texas would be tomorrow.
Straight for 4.5 inches.
Is what
Be
it's
the main
going for?
concern.
4.50 inches.
Holy crap, dude.
I think Mance
Grapefruit
becoming.
size hail. The warning has been
Wow.
giant hail to 4.
Oh, well, the good thing they didn't say in that storm. It's up to grapefruit-sized hail now. Wow. It's west of Lubbock right now. Up to 4.5-inch sized hail. That good thing they did not stay there, because they would have had busted windshields, no doubt. That's the highest level hail warning I have seen in a long, at least I think a half a year. 4.5-inch sized hail. That's what it's warned for. That's grapefruit-sized hail. This has been observed by trained weather spotters, so this is a actual threat that's happening right now. Jeez Louise, that is huge. So this storm that we're looking at right now, this right here, is producing grapefruit-sized hail. That is the larger than, like, I don't know, like the bottom of my water bottle here. Like, it's larger than that. It is huge. Oh, my tape measure, but like that's big.
For hail that big.
Bigger than the size of a softball.
But it's very rare.
I've seen 4. I've never seen 4.5.
Thank you, Mance, by the way, for becoming a member. I don't know if I finished that.
Yeah, 4. I wouldn't be surprised there's bigger than that in there.
You know how fast that updraft has to be going?
I mean, in Texas, there was 6-inch hail.
This could be a historic
almost
hailstorm
6-inch hail
happening right
down
now.
there.
If it is larger, it could be historic. Thank you, Jack, for becoming a member. Hey, Tucker, post something about this. Post that there's 4.5. Post that there's grapefruit-sized hail at this storm. Like, make a post about it. If you're in Levelland, if you are in Smear with Arl, I would be 100% staying away from windows. Protecting your car if you can. This is a destructive hailstorm. I mean, that's the definition of destructive. Is grapefruit-sized hail. Like, this is pretty crazy. Tucker, actually, I can do it. That's fine. I'll do it real quick. You don't have to do anything. I got it. I will make the post. Alright, I got it. The record is 6.4 inches, Hondo, Texas, 2021. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we have something that might compete with that in this storm. I mean, in this environment today, it's 100% possible. This is legitimately insane, though. I mean, 4.5 inches in diameter. And the fact of the matter is, Stormwater Media was just inside of the storm, and they darted out of there once they started seeing the hail fall. So... which I don't blame them. I mean, this is a... I don't blame them now that we know that there's 4.5-inch sized hail in this storm. But if anybody... I mean, there's plenty of weather spotters out here. There'll be some measurements going on Twitter. We'll see how large this threat really is.
And then all of a sudden,
Whoever that is, I think he's from Canada.
yeah,
That's the storm right there that's doing that right now. Stormwater Media.
out there collecting.
Thank you, Earl, for becoming a member. How tall is the storm? It's like 50,000,
Kinda just
55,000 feet. It's not even that tall.
Kind of just want to.
Like, you know, it's tall, but it's not like super tall. 55,000 feet right now.
Okay.
Low key. He better leave.
Yeah, I don't know if I would be sitting there. Say 2.8.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap. Yeah.
By the way, I did make a post on Twitter about this storm if you want to get the word out. Hopefully people in Lubbock are aware of this. It might not be the same intensity once it gets to Lubbock, but, like, again, this is a very dangerous hailstorm. I mean, we're talking, again, grapefruit-sized hail, possibly even larger. We could have DVD-sized hail even falling with this, which, for those that don't know what a DVD is, that's 5 inches in diameter. It's fine, Tucker. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous storm moving east. And that hail core, by the way, it would be... the main area of hail would be presumably right there. The correlation coefficient matches up with that pretty well. So the main area of hail right now is just northeast of Whiteface, approaching level land, Texas. Definitely concerned about level land. We could see a pretty, damaging hailstorm here go right into level land. Again, this is no joke. I mean, hail this large is definitely going to destroy some cars, or at least windows and stuff like that. Could make some serious dents. So anybody caught off guard is definitely going to be in a situation for sure. And Reed Timmer is apparently driving right through this hailstorm right now. He's using a rental car. It's already getting dinged up, so... Goodness gracious. This is his videos on Twitter. It's pretty funny. Thank you, Drew, for becoming a member as well. How did I not... I don't know why I can't see that super chat. Truck driver here, I was planning on parking in Dalhart for the night, but stopped a little short because of your stream. Is Dalhart in the clear now, or still in the wind-hail threat? You're still in the wind-hail threat up in Dalhart, but I would say it's more going to be wind than hail, but you still have a chance of hail. Nothing in the vicinity of Dalhart right now. I don't know where you even are right now. I mean, if you're east driving towards these storms, you're kind of fine right now. There's nothing too significant. If you're driving from, like, Colorado... And, you can probably get up to Clayton and then just kind of wait a little bit, because these storms will only be here for probably another hour or two. And they should be moving out by then, after that. Thank you, Debbie, for becoming a member. Thank you, Doge, for the $4.99. Southwest Kansas outlook. Predominantly wind with those storms with some isolated hail. How does Reed get a rental? I couldn't tell you. That is a fantastic question. Reed says there was tennis ball sized hail near the tip of the hook is what he's talking about. That was as of 5:50 p.m. Okay, so never mind. That's actually earlier. Okay, never mind. So he went through it 40 minutes ago. So as of now, that's not a recent report on the new threat, which is again up to grapefruit sized hail. If I see this go to 5 inches in diameter, I will actually probably lose my mind, because I don't think I've ever seen that. If that happens. I don't think we've ever covered a storm before that goes up to that number, if it does happen. I think we've covered grapefruit before, but 5 inches in diameter would be something else if we got up to DVD-sized hail. Again, this is observed. It's not just like a threat that they think is happening. This is observed, so there is definitely some big hail in this storm. Let's see if we have any recent reports or any recent measurements of this hail. If you guys do see anything on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. Don't look up hail on Twitter. Wow, okay. I need to find another keyword. They're getting...
This is how I'm driving right now. I'm just leaned away from my window in case it shatters.
There's hail falling out of the sky right now. That's next to them. That might be very large, so it's another interesting situation. They're not even in the storm. They're just on the outskirts of it. They are dodging hailstones in their car.
I'm having an adrenaline rush watching right now. Let's go. Oh boy.
The storm even doesn't look, too... It looks ominous, but it doesn't look horrible, but it's still producing grapefruit-sized hail. Something.
Oh, I saw one. It went... I'm just waiting for one to land on the roof. Boom.
Yeah, these hailstones that are falling are huge. Retweeting photos and videos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX.
Let's just find a gas station and ride it out. Oh, there were several big ones right there.
Yeah, but we gotta make sure that they're not wind driven.
Oh, there went another one. Oh no.
By the way, this is a just for the record, this is a life-threatening situation. It is an extremely dangerous situation in this warning. These warnings only happen when we have massive hail like this, or we have, you know, some sort of destructive winds over like 90 miles per hour. So this is an extremely dangerous situation warning right now for those in level land, Sminer, Cobble, or with Harl here, just west of Lubbock, which is about 20,000 people, by the way. There's a lot of people in this warning. And this is, again, going to be approaching Lubbock. And that hail core, this hailstorm does not look like it's getting any weaker. It actually looks like it's getting worse. On reflectivity, at least. Which only shows so much of the story, but man, I mean, this is a massive hailstorm. Look at this. The correlation coefficient is showing monster hail right now, near 1490, at least a large quantity of hail. So again, this is a destructive storm right now moving east. It is again producing at least grapefruit-sized hail. That's been observed by weather spotters, and it could be even larger than that. In this particular severe thunderstorm warning. It's not very often that we cover warnings like this, but in cases like this is a pretty serious situation. Obviously, tornadoes are tornadoes, wind is wind, and hail's hail, and hail's a completely different threat here. We're talking about wind-driven hail potential as well, which has seemingly been happening here, because they're seeing hail well out in front of where the storm is. But, I mean, this is no joke. If you are in level land, you need to make sure that you are staying away from windows and try to be on the lowest floor possible. We've seen gigantic hail go through roofs before, roofing. It's possible that we see that with this storm as it approaches level land, which level land is pretty populated. I'm guessing there's probably a few thousand people, at least in this particular area, which is about to be hit by this massive hail, which is upwards of, again, of 4.5 inches in diameter, and it could be larger than that. I've seen before in the past, you know, hailstones like this or even a bit larger go right through roofs in some cases. It could go right through it. So you need to be on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room, just in case something like that happens here. I'm not saying it will happen, but it is a possibility. It's definitely not a storm that you want to be really joking around with. The main corridor of hail right now is going into level land, Texas. So this is, again, a extremely dangerous situation if you are right now in level land. It's now up to 5 inches in diameter. Wow. That's the first time I've ever seen this. 5 inches in diameter on this storm for level land in Sminer in Texas. That is insane. There is massive hail falling with this storm right now. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Wow. That is insane. This is, again, a monster hailstorm moving towards Lubbock. We're now up to 5-inch sized hail. I didn't think we would cover a beast of a storm like this today. But holy cow, that is... wow. I'm posting this on Twitter and Facebook too. Hopefully this gets the... I hope we're getting the word out. If you know anybody in this area, please make sure that they're aware of this. Just west of Lubbock, Texas, and once again, going to be moving in the direction of level land right now. Long term, it would be Lubbock, or even the southwest suburbs. Again, storm intermediate is right on this storm. You can see them. They're not going to drive into this hail core. I highly doubt they will. But again, DVD-sized hail right now in this storm. This is very life-threatening. Again, this is a extremely dangerous situation west of Lubbock with 5-inch sized hail being likely. Again, this is what we're looking at. We got DVD-sized hail on this storm right now. DVD-sized hail. This is a significant situation if you're in Cobble, Levelland, Opdyke, or Sminer, Texas. And this still includes a population of, again, 18,000 people. And as I said before, if you're tuning in from these areas, you need to be on the lowest floor possible. Because hail like this will potentially go through roofs. It could easily go through your roof. So this is I mean, look at this thing. Just huge hail core right now going right towards level land. The correlation coefficient also shows a huge quantity of hail. And very dangerous situation here. It does not get much worse than this. This is a very, very dangerous situation when it comes to hail. 5-inch sized hail is absurd, though. I mean, this is observed, by the way. I mean, this hail isn't even, again, radar indicated. This is observed hail that's falling right now. And the National Weather Service of Lubbock just said, extremely dangerous storm in Hockley County, which is capable of producing hail up to 5 inches in diameter. Take shelter if or in near the level land area here of Texas. Again, it really just does not get much worse than this. This is a extremely dangerous situation for level land going towards Sminer, just west of Lubbock, where we currently have 5-inch sized hail falling, which is the size of a DVD. Let me find a hail chart just to give you an idea of how absurd this is. This is from the National Weather Service, which this doesn't really give you a great idea of it, but let me just... This is a hail chart just for reference. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Again, this is kind of like the size as we go up. This is a DVD, okay? That's a DVD. This is comparably to a softball or a grapefruit. Like, it's a huge hailstone, the hailstones that are falling in the storm right now. You know, that's just absurd. It's larger than softballs, larger than baseballs. This is no joke. If you are in level land, you need to stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This could legitimately hurt or even seriously injure or potentially even kill somebody if they're outside right now in level land. Like, this hail is literally no joke. It is very dangerous. There's going to be hailstones in this storm that are upwards of 5 inches in diameter, almost undoubtedly here. If you have a helmet, put it on. If you're inside, even if you're inside, I would put on a helmet, because in this particular situation, hail this large could literally go through a roof. I've seen it before happen in Texas, where we have little hailstones go through roofing. This is absurd. If you know any friends or family in level land, Smire, or, you know, anywhere like Opdyke, make sure to let them know. Give them a heads up. Share the stream with them. Try to get the word out. Again, share this on Twitter or whatever. We've posted this on Twitter too if you want to retweet it. Hopefully it gets the word out. But again, just a substantial storm right now. I mean, obviously this isn't a tornado, but this is observed DVD-sized hail. It might even be larger than that. Like, I'm just saying, like, this environment today is very capable of hailstorms like this, and it's very discreet, which makes it worse. If you have, like, a bike helmet, maybe even a kid's bike helmet in your garage for some reason, like, you know, just put that on. Like, it's just in case a hailstone goes through your roof, which if you're in a 1-story building, you really should do that. 2 stories might not be as bad, but still. According to storm watchers, they are saying the storm watchers in the area here, or storm spotters, they're saying the hail is getting bigger. I don't know what that means. It might mean that we're looking at hail that's larger than 5 inches in diameter. It's very possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Again, this is a rare, extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for destructive 5-inch hail. This is a severe thunderstorm warning emergency for level land. I don't know if that's an actual thing. I just see that on Twitter from a news station here. Regardless, this is... I mean, people and animals outdoor will be severely injured, and extensive damage to roofing, siding, vehicles. Expect shattered windows. Stay away from windows as well. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation, extremely dangerous storm right now in just west of Lubbock, Texas. And the Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen, they are right next to this storm. We got other hailstorms down here too. Not as bad, but I mean, this thing is just it's insane. You do not see DVD-sized hail warned on thunderstorms that often. It only happens. I mean, I've only ever seen it maybe like once a year, at most. I've never been live for a storm that's producing at least a warned storm that says 5 inches in diameter. So this is at least a first for me, and we go live all the time. So this is pretty insane. Yeah, this is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, which is a particular, or at least an EMS. It's an extremely dangerous situation for level land, or particularly dangerous situation if you want to go with that too. It's the same thing basically. But again, 5-inch sized hail is about to hit level land, Texas, which for reference, look at level land here. It is very populated. There are a lot of people that live here in level land, Texas. And the hail core is massive. And we're talking about 5-inch sized hail right now, moving in the direction of level land, Opdyke, Sminer, and this could go towards Lubbock. I don't think it's hard to tell with this storm. It might go towards Lubbock. It also might just go a little bit further down to the southeast here and maybe miss that like towards the Wolf Fourth area. So that's still a possibility. Here's a live shot of that storm right now. Again, Storm Runner Media here is on this particular storm, which is producing DVD-sized hail.
Great, now everybody already has the same idea.
Wait, they're part. Oh.
Are they gonna stay under the? Oh, I think I know what they're gonna do. They might end up trying to stay under a gas pump here and try to actually see if that hail is that large.
I see a couple falling. We may just have to run, unfortunately.
If this warning gets upgraded higher than 5 inches, I would have to say I've never seen that before. I don't know if they will, but we've yet to see anything confirmed at least on Twitter of that hail yet. But I'm not doubting it at this point. Also, the storm that's back over here near Tahoka is possibly doing some similar stuff here. This one could be upwards of apple-sized hail moving southeast, so just keep that in mind. Snyder, Texas would be a long-term track of that. With that said, I don't think they'll have as much hail because of the storm that's already there. You kidding me, ET? I want this is going to hit Lubbock. Yeah, I can put a timing guide on this. Give me 1 second. By the way, this is as of 12 minutes ago. Giant hail up to 5 inches in diameter was reported with this storm northwest of level land. That's insane. All right, let's do a quick little timing guide on this. This will be the general track of it, and it'll probably speed up over time. Right now, it's on track to hit Lubbock in about an hour. So if you're in Lubbock, you're about an hour out from the storm right now. The duds for the $20 super chat. Yeah, that would be your ETA. And the Wolf Fourth area in about 45 minutes or so, maybe a little over that. And then after that, Union and Buffalo Springs in about an hour and a half. But again, this is a destructive hailstorm right now, producing upwards of DVD-sized hail. That is the current warning. It could be larger than that, just for the record. It could be larger than that. It's definitely 5 inches in diameter. I'm seeing a photo on Facebook. I don't think I can show you, but yeah, it's definitely 5 inches in diameter. This is insane. There's no doubt we have 5-inch sized hail falling right now. My goodness. I'm retweeting a photo of some of the hail also on Twitter. One spotter in the area just measured baseball to softball sized hail northwest of level land. But there were bigger ones, but they just melted and they weren't obtained for safety reasons, which I completely understand. There's no reason that you should be going outside right now trying to measure these hailstones if you're in level land, because there are a lot of them falling, and if you get hit by one, you're going to get injured. That's the magnitude of this situation right now in level land, Texas. This is a monster hailstorm that's happening here. Yeah, I mean, again, what we're looking at here on the correlation coefficient is a huge amount of hail near level land. Any of that black and white on reflectivity is going to represent that huge hail. It's eventually going to move towards Sminer, Reese Center, and possibly Lubbock and Wolf Fourth. If you guys do see any reports about hail and stuff, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. The winds also in level land are very high. So, just an FYI, there's definitely damaging winds here. And that's also going to lead to the potential of hail that goes through windows. So this is a window. This is a hailstone. It's going to go like this. It's going to, like, go into windows. That's the situation that we're in. So we got to have some busted out windows also in the level land area. The worst of the hail core right now is currently just on the northern side of level land. The worst of it actually might miss level land. It might actually go more towards Lubbock. It's on track for Sminer and as well as Opendijk. So, and again, Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen, they are, again, inside of the area here that the storm's in. They're at least on the southern side. You can see the wind picking up here.
If you want, we're going to go south and then east to Lubbock, so but you're free to follow if you want to.
So they're going to be going south and east. I don't think they're actually going to go look for the hailstones, but this is an extremely dangerous situation for level land Texas, where we have a DVD-sized hail falling right now. Eventually, again, going to be going towards the Lubbock area. Matthew Capucci, who is a meteorologist, just measured grapefruit-sized hail on this storm as well. Photos on Twitter as well, at MaxVelocityWX. Or in Pratt, Texas, which I think is in this area. Could be wrong. But it's not every day that you see DVD-sized hail on a warning like this. Or on a storm in general. Whoa. That just scud?
You need to be much more zoomed in for me to see where the heck we're going here.
I think that just scud. Scary looking clouds here. This honestly doesn't surprise me with a supercell like this, though.
Yeah.
How large it is.
Anyway.
Scud action there.
Three who? Three, you, me.
Man, this hail, it stretches for legitimate miles. It's about a 9-mile wide hail core, southeast or southwest to northeast. It's a huge area that we're talking about with hail right now. This is all going to be moving in the direction of Lubbock. Let's hope this weakens before it gets to Lubbock, because if it does hit Lubbock, this could be a major event. Like it could be multi-million-dollar damage if this did hit Lubbock. It already probably is for level land, but Matthew Capucci, he's a meteorologist. He's literally inside of the storm with a helmet on. Like, he's trying to get hailstones. Oh my goodness. Our car dealership right now in level land to Lubbock is sweating bullets right now. I agree. I would not want to be out here. This is a monster hailstorm right now, producing up to 5-inch sized hail. Again, that's DVD-sized hail for reference. This is not a small little hailstorm. We got a 9-mile wide hail core here from level land back all the way up to 1294. And again, it's on track to go towards Lubbock or the Wolf Forth area. If it does hit Lubbock, again, this could be a multi-million-dollar damaging event, possibly more than that, with this sort of magnitude. Hailstones, again, this large can go through roofing. So if you are in a home right now, you need to be on the lowest floor possible. Have a helmet on. If you even in homes, you need a helmet on if you have one. If you don't have a helmet, it's okay. Just stay interior room, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Treat this as if it is a tornado warning, because 5-inch sized hail can go through a roof. I've seen it before. It can happen.
We're gonna meet up with it right now.
Here's the leading edge of this hailstorm, by the way. Not sure what exactly. I mean, it looks like a lot of scud there. Like maybe some dust being kicked up there on the horizon. It's on the leading edge of this storm. Just an eerie sight out here west of Lubbock. And this is a storm that is producing that hail.
Champion,
Up
thank
to
you for the
DVD-sized hail.
projects, isn't he's outside of Highway 114 and getting hammered.
So again, if you're just tuning in, we got a 5-inch sized hailstorm right now happening near level land. That means DVDs are falling out of the sky. If you don't know what a DVD is, again, that's essentially just it's a large piece of, you know, I don't even know what it really is. It's a it's a DVD. You know, a DVD. All right, I'll just go with that. All right, it's large hail, 5 inches in diameter. It's larger than the size of a grapefruit. You don't know what a grapefruit is? It's much larger than the size of a softball. If you don't know what a softball is, basically double a baseball. All right, and that's what it is. All right, so that's the kind of hail that's falling with this storm right now. Again, it's very rare to see 5-inch hail warned on any given cell, and in this case, we are experiencing most likely at least 4-inch sized hail, but perhaps even as high as 5-inch sized hail right now on the east side of level land. And this is a historic storm. Again, this is not something that happens that often, even in Texas. I mean, we get hailstorms all the time in Texas, but 5-inch sized hail is not common. So if you are just west of Lubbock, again, near level land, you need to be, if you're in the warning in particular, you need to be staying on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. There's very high winds in this storm as well. Those downburst winds could knock hailstones into your windows. As this goes towards Lubbock, we are hoping it weakens, but we don't know if that will happen. The hope is that that does happen, but you know, Lubbock is a very populated area, and this hailstorm would be quite damaging to Lubbock if it does end up hitting. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and again, we'll keep you posted with the latest. And right now, Storm Runner Media is going towards Lubbock. Again, this is their view of that leading edge of the hailstorm right now.
Recenter and Wolf.
They carry, and as well as
Wolf
Earl
Force,
for becoming members.
Attention to the storm very closely.
I've had windows broken by hail before. Yeah, I mean, this is no joke of a storm. This storm is no joke. And the storm up to the northwest of this is producing some golf ball sized hail. Not as bad, but still hail. You super appreciate that. Thank you, Adams, also for becoming a member. Tornado potential in the cell? I would say it's very low. I don't think we're going to see a tornado with this, but, I mean, man, we're seeing just a monster storm here. The warning expires in 6 minutes, so we'll see what the new warning is. They might end up downgrading it to, like, grapefruit or something. But we'll see. The hail core, at least on the correlation coefficient, still showing a large quantity of hail and probably a large quality of hail as well. They actually just downgraded the warning to baseball-sized hail, so that's a big downgrade. So initially this was DVD-sized hail. We're back down to baseball-sized hail. So a little bit more modest. I mean, but man, holy crap. I bet there was probably some hail that was near CD-sized hail. I saw a photo on Facebook of there being hail that was probably right about CD size hail or DVD size hail. But baseball sized hail's been it's been downgraded to baseball sized hail. It's a little bit more modest now, but still a ridiculously large hailstorm. It might still be larger than that for the record. We had some grapefruit sized hail about like 8 minutes ago, so still possible. VHS sized hail. I don't think we have VHS sized hail here. Well, this storm did get interesting. I have to say that, and it still is, but that is pretty darn crazy here. Yeah, well, basically, I mean, it sometimes takes a little bit of time to find out how high the hailstones were. I'm guessing there was probably some hail near DVDs in here, and so my guess is that we will probably have some reports or measurements coming out on either Facebook or on Twitter or whatever it might be. There will probably be some people that have some posts on there that will, you know, there will probably be some measurements there that we can at least get an idea of how large this hail actually was. From what I have seen, though, it's at least a grapefruit-sized hail that fell here. And with all that said, this is still a life-threatening situation. It is still an extremely dangerous situation for level land, Smire, and as well as Opendijk with baseball-sized hail. But not nearly as bad as what we just had. Still crazy. Thank you to Yo Bo for the $40 donation. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Parts in the chat for Yo Bo. DVD hail downgraded to floppy disk. There you go. The storm's now moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Just a heads up there. It is now moving a bit further to the... It's moving pretty quick to the east. I still would not be surprised, though, if we had some pretty big hail in here. Let's see. If any sort of report here. Let me check. There are storm chasers that are inside of this hailstorm right now that are getting their windshields absolutely busted. Oh my goodness. I don't know why you would want to be in this hailstorm. Stormer Media made the right decision earlier to not be in this storm at all. They almost were just gonna stay in the storm and watch the hail. Thank you, Susan, for becoming a member. Again, we still have a lot of hail falling. I mean, the correlation coefficient still showing a lot of hail. Again, this could still be very large. Again, as this approaches Lubbock, we could end up still seeing hail that is upwards of the size of 4 inches in diameter. So it's still entirely possible. But we still have some some reports coming out of Levelland, which is probably on the southern side of where this hail actually happened, of baseball-sized hail. So that's still a thing to keep in mind here. Quite the storm, though. Quite the storm. We're going to stay alive, at least, probably through about Lubbock. So, just in case this does, get more intense. It's very possible. Yeah, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe as well. Yeah, crops can be heavily damaged from this, too. There's a lot of things that can be damaged. We could have had some hailstones go literally through roofing over there near Levelland, too. So, it's very possible. Thank you, Cat, for becoming a member. Thank you, Tackle, for the $19.99. There is hail the size of a bottle cap measured in Levelland, Texas. I don't know what bottle cap sized hail is. I don't have a bottle with me, but bottle cap sized hail. In downtown Levelland, which, again, the worst of this hail fell up here to the northeast of Levelland. It was right in here. The absolute worst of it was on the northeast side of the town. There's no warning on this anymore, but I'm guessing they're going to issue a new one. I think they might have forgotten. There will probably be a new severe thunderstorm warning in a second, though, for, like, Lubbock and Woolworth, or Wolfforth, just south of shallow water. While that happens, this is Stormrunner Media.
Need to be on slow mode.
And they're currently inside of the storm here. Back over west of Lubbock. Why the stream is like kind of laggy. I don't know what's going on there. I think it's on my end. But again, hailstorms coming towards Lubbock. They don't have a warning on this right now. I think they just forgot it expired or something. But like this area will probably be in the new warning. Or maybe not that. It'll be more like probably this. Oh, okay. Well, they drew it. All right, there we go. How close was I? Oh, that box. I wasn't even that far off. They have a new severe thunderstorm warning for tennis ball-sized hail now, going towards Lubbock, Wolfforth, just east of Levelland. So again, still some pretty significant hail going that direction. That all there is going to be your hail on the correlation coefficient. Still a large quantity of hail heading towards Lubbock. So continue to stay away from windows. If you're in Smire, Recenter, or the Wolfforth area. If you're in Lubbock, you've got a little bit of time, but just be mindful. I would get away from windows if you can, unless it's like an emergency. Stay indoors. Again, very destructive hailstorm still moving to the east. They heard you. You never know. Hail core will be mostly Woolworth. I don't know about that. It could be closer to Lubbock. I think the hail core will probably be right in here when it gets there. It'll probably be this area, with the most major of it being kind of like right in here. If it does stay as, strong as it currently is and stays as intense, it'll probably go that way. Because right now it's kind of tracking this direction. So, well, that's what I'm thinking right now. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss any other super chats here. Thank you, Molly, for the $5 super chat. We had an EF2 tornado in Temple, Texas, about 1 mile from the house. It was scary. Yeah, that storm was pretty crazy. Thank you, Memphis Kid, for the $10 super chat. What's up, brother? Thank you, Whitehead, for the $4.99. Yeah, I kind of reiterate that, but thank you. Hopefully I did. Thank you, Steve, for the $1.99. Time for the Oh Hail No t-shirt. Maybe. Hey, Spice for the $4.99. Is this going to head towards Lubbock? Yes, this is going towards Lubbock. The hail core right now probably is going to be more on track for Wool 4th, but it could still go towards Lubbock. So just be mindful, as there will still be a potential for some pretty large hail here. And thank you again, Duds, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Humor, for the $2 super chat. What color table do I use for reflectivity? You can download it on our Discord server, which is linked in the description. And that right there is your hail core moving east. Quick update on the other storms. We have some storms back over west of Amarillo with some hail and wind. Same thing goes for southwestern Kansas and back into the Oklahoma Panhandle. The majority of these storms are not really producing wind in southwest Kansas, but there is still some hail with those. The ones in Colorado are also doing the same thing, mostly wind and hail. Nothing too crazy up there as of right now. The greatest concern right now does reside with these discrete cells that have developed here across parts of West Texas. We have a tennis ball sized hail warning south of Post. We got the other one west of Lubbock. So there are still multiple storms here that are producing some quite significant hail. So make sure if you are in the Lubbock area that you are still staying very vigilant, as there is a potential for huge hail coming your way. Here's that live shot of the storm right now, west of Lubbock.
Yes.
Storm Runner Media.
Should be. I can check.
No, you're good.
Let me check to make sure, but I'm 99% sure I did that this morning in the hotel. But now I'm like, I gotta make sure that it is.
It's definitely developing UFO, yeah. There is still a decent amount of instability, so I would say
Okay, never mind. I can't load anything.
so it could still maintain itself for some time. It's just a matter of what did the other storms do earlier in the day. Do they eat away at that a good chunk of that?
There's a lot of car dealerships southwest Lubbock. That's not good. Is this hailstorm's probably gonna be going that direction. This is the latest this is the latest correlation coefficient scan. So again, still a lot of hail there. This is the reflectivity. So again, still a very significant storm when it comes to hail. The reflectivity has actually taken a small uptick, so we might have larger hail falling again, possibly baseball plus sized hail, but that remains a little bit more uncertain right now. Either way, still a very significant hailstorm here. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Severe weather threat continues with very large hail, near 2 to 3 inches in diameter. Localized severe wind gusts and a tornado or two do remain possible. And again, this tornado watch that we're in right now goes for 2 more hours. All right. Wow. That's a big hailstorm here, too. The one southeast of Tahoka. Look at that scatter spike. This is another big hailstorm right now. just southeast of Tahoka. Huge hail core there. Tucker, I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. Back to Lubbock here. Lubbock heading to parking garages. That is a good idea. Yeah, if you're in Lubbock or Wolforth, I would definitely get to a parking garage. Do not stop over an overpass, please. Like the worst thing to do. This is a storm in Denver. I was just looking at this. This is a storm in Denver right now. A live shot. Back here is a storm. I don't know how accurate this report is. I don't know why they would say it in chat, but they just said a tornado crossed I-70 or something. I'm just looking to see if we see anything like that, but we may have. I don't know. Might have been a land spout, too. Chat is chat. It might not be right or accurate, but I'm just throwing it out there. That'd be near, like, Flagler. Colorado.
Yep. That's so weird. Yeah, it's definitely rotating.
Stormwater Media is still talking about how there's rotation here too, so this is still trying to rotate. Why not under an overpass? Look what happened in Dallas, like, yesterday.
Visible?
People stop under overpasses for, like, pea-sized hail.
No, I didn't.
It's ridiculous.
Right there.
Literally just causes traffic accidents and huge backups, especially in very populated areas. Look at that right there. A little bit of spin up there. There's rotation. A little bit of spin, just to the west of Lubbock. It's our location. Right now, it's going towards Wolforth, Texas. They're just west of that right now. Thank you, artists, for the one gifted member.
They can. Oh, you're gonna move her?
No, I just want to back up more to this road.
So we got a few minutes. No.
No?
Is it normal for Texas to have a lot of tornadoes? Yeah, it's pretty normal. I don't know what you consider a lot, but I mean, this year it's been pretty normal. Maybe a little bit above average. We're gonna be here all night. We will not be here all night now. If we were here all night, that'd be something. This is the storm, by the way, that we've been talking about. Again, the one that's going towards Wolforth. Again, they've been talking about how there's at least some broad circulation, presumably kind of out here on the leading edge, approaching Wolforth. And the main concern still is this huge hail threat, which right here is where the bulk of the hail is. It is going to be approaching the west side of Lubbock, Texas, and approaching Wolforth, Texas. So if you know anybody in this area, in this warning, just make sure they're aware of this. The hail at one point was up to DVD-sized hail. It could still be, pretty sizable. It might not be as large as DVDs anymore, but I would not be surprised if we had some hail falling with this. That was upwards of the size of, apples, or even a little bit larger than that. But Lubbock will be hit by this within the next probably 20 minutes or so in Wolforth.
Okay, let me check something here.
Okay. Yeah, the heaviest hail is getting ready to go into Wolfirth right now.
Wolfirth? Okay, well, should we just head there?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, then.
As long as it's tennis ball, we can sit there and intercept in town.
Yeah, this rotation is just kind of to our north right here.
Right here?
Yeah, pretty much. Per radar.
To our north, that'd be right.
Got some more scud cloud activity there as well.
Yeah.
This is the latest radar scan here. So again, the most significant part of this storm right now is near Highway 114 going towards Reese Center in Wolforth. Still a pretty sizable hail core. Again, the correlation coefficient is also verifying this right now. A lot of hail. Whenever you see all that green and blue stuff there on the correlation coefficient, that's going to represent a lot of hail. Aside from what we're looking at out here, this is just clear air. But that right there, huge hail core moving towards Reese Center and eventually going towards Lubbock. Just a relatively significant storm here. This Wolforth pronunciation's killing me. I don't know what to tell you. Welcome to the Max Velocity channel, where we cannot pronounce names right any time of the day. Doesn't matter what place it is. I think we got Lubbock right at least. That's good news. Quarter pounder with cheese-sized hail. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm hungry. That's not helping. Wolf Earth? Wolf Earth. That's what this is called? That's bananas. The storms up there in the Panhandle, the northern Panhandle near Amarillo and northwest of Amarillo, those are weakening. Mostly just wind and hail at this point. The storm south of Post, still producing significant hail. We had a scatter spike on this hail core, but that's kind of gone away. It's coming back again. So still a lot of hail falling with that storm. Again, pretty much in the middle of nowhere, south of Post, Texas. One near Snyder, still producing some hail, but again, nothing too crazy. The one that's going towards Lubbock and Woolworth right now, again, is really the main concern. That right there, again, is your hail core going right into town. It will also hit the southwest side of Lubbock more than likely. Looks like the absolute worst of this hail core, though, will hopefully, it's not guaranteed, but it should hopefully miss at least the northern side of the town. But we'll see. Again, it's kind of it's dancing around just a little bit. It's moving east-southeast right now. It's kind of going this way, but it could still hit Lubbock to some, extent. So we're still watching that closely. I'm actively fasting, apparently. Because I don't feel like door dashing.
For the Cash App.
This is the storm that we're looking at right now. This is a live shot from Storm Runner Media. Here in Lubbock. Today is tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday.
What a view! I agree, guys. Look at that! Look at that rain shot.
Yeah.
It's being shunted.
Going after donuts in a few minutes. You should get me a donut. I'm hungry.
Rear cam's putting in work.
I can go for a
right now.
donut.
Keep us able to look at the storm.
It's hitting the most populated part of Lubbock. Oh, really? Is the southwest side the most populated area? Oh yeah, look at that. Holy crap. There's a lot of people on the southwest side. The north side has like nothing. Well, that's not good. That's pretty populated. The hail core that's on the northern side on the latest reflectivity scan kind of looks like it's recycling kind of a little bit almost. Looks like the worst of it right now is right in here. So really the southwest side will probably be the worst hit by it. We still have a hail core here, it's just not as large anymore. That might go more towards Lubbock, we'll see. See what this next scan shows. This hail will again be as high as the size of tennis balls, possibly even baseballs. Okay, so the latest scan kind of on track for what we've been talking about here. And the main hail core right now heading towards Wolfworth, and eventually the other hail core off to the north, which is probably still, somewhat significant, but not as significant as the southern side. I think the southern side's about 2.5 inches in diameter, maybe slightly larger than that, and then this right here would probably be more in the ballpark of golf ball to 2-inch sized hail right now. But again, this could increase in hailstone size as it moves east, so we still have to watch that closely. By the way, we're currently 5 subscribers away from 271,000. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already. If you do want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99. The link is down in the description. It's also the pinned link in the chat. And we'll also have a members-only fan mail opening stream after this stream is done, which is probably still a good hour away, but I just want to let you know. Those that are members will be live for members only after this stream concludes, which is probably, again, still an hour away. Might be longer, depending on how things go. If this storm stays significant for a while, we might be live here for a while, but we'll see. Okay. Mail? Yes, I get sent fan mail now. We have like 4 different packages that I'm going to be opening on that stream, so. Hey, Jennifer, for becoming a member. You can see over the last several scans, the reflectivity on this storm has become a lot less substantial here. In terms of at least looking at the hail core. And right now, the worst of the hail is going into Wolfworth. So, looks like Lubbock might get dodged by the worst of this hail. Let's hope. That's what it's looking like right now. Thank you, Justin, for the $5 super chat. That'd be pretty big. I don't know how large a donut is in diameter, but I'm guessing that's pretty big. So only members can ask questions and get answers. That's not how this works. There's 12,000 people in this chat right now. There's no way I'm answering every question, just for the record. I'm looking at chat, and whatever I see, I will try to answer, but there's still no guarantee there either. It has nothing to do with money. It's just, chat, again, there's 12,000 of you. There's 1 of me. This isn't a one-on-one weather session with anybody, just for the record. Thank you, Panda, for becoming a member. Should we be worried for tornadoes? I don't think we're going to see much of that at this point. The window for that, I feel like, is starting to close. I think it's going to still exist through about 8 or 9 with these cells, and then that threat will probably diminish after, like, 9 or 10. So I don't think there's too much more time with this tornado risk. We're 40 minutes away currently from the SPC outlook. We will be live at least until then. So that'll be out in about 40 minutes. And so we'll see what the tornado risk looks like and if there's any big changes. And all that stuff. You mean you aren't just broadcasting to me? My bad. I'm sorry. There's now a gritty emoji, by the way, for members. So if you haven't already seen that, pretty funny. Alright, the worst of the hail core right now is moving into Wolfworth, Texas. Again, this hail right now is upwards of tennis ball sized hail. Still got a pretty clean area of, at least on the CC, it still shows a pretty dominant amount of hail. Not as much on the west side of the storm. There's a lot more hail on the leading edge here near Wolfworth, so that's moving east-southeast right now. Oh my goodness, guys. There's no way we're spamming chat with the gritty emoji. Oh my god. But yeah, it's moving east-southeast right now. Going towards the Ridge, Frankfurt Farms, Haddon Place, Ironton, on the southwest side of Lubbock, and just southwest of Lubbock right now for the worst of the hail. There will probably at least be some hail going towards Lubbock, but it will probably not be as significant as this hail core near Wolfworth. This chat is ridiculous. Oh my god. This chat has gone bad. Thank you to Cassidy for the $17.24 donation. Get some tacos on this tossing trampoline on Tacos Tuesday. I actually might. I might go to Taco Bell. Like, legitimately. I might go to Taco Bell for dinner tonight. It's tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Why wouldn't I? You know? Thank you, Maui, for the $10 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it, I guess. Thank you, Justin. I already read that one. Thank you, Riley, for the $2 super chat. Pete, a quarter-size hail hitting Wolfworth right now. Not bad right now. That's good. That's good to hear. Thank you, Lisa, for the $19.99 for DoorDash. I'm not getting DoorDash, but I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Caitlin, also for becoming a member. Thank you, Taylor, for becoming a member. Is everybody just becoming a member now just to use the gritty emoji? Is that what's happening? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Trust, also for becoming a member. Thank you, Civ, for the $5 super chat. The only way I'm hitting the gritty at the end of the stream is if I get 20 gifted members. That's the only way. Otherwise, no. That's the rule of thumb from now on. 20 gifted or 20 new members in like 5 minutes. That's the only way. This chat has gone legitimately rogue. It's over. It's officially over. Elisha and Laverne for becoming members. What's my favorite Taco Bell order? I get whatever's cheap. Whatever the cheap meal is. I think it's like $6 for like a combo or something. Comes with like a drink and like 3 tacos or something. Thank you, More, for becoming a member. Thank you, Marshall, for becoming a member. We have 52 new members today, and 5 of them in the last, like, minute. We have Peggy with a new member. Well, we're 6 of 20, so if we get 14 new members in the next 4 minutes, then I'll do a gritty at the end of the stream. Thank you, Chill, for becoming a member. 7 of 20. Nice to be having fun for a change. It is. I would rather have fun than have to, you know, talk about these monster hailstorms. This is still 2.5 inches in diameter, by the way, so it's still considerable for the Wolfworth area. That hail is crossing right now right over 6282. What's my shoe size? I think it's like 12 or 13. I have no clue. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. I think we're at 10 of 20 new members now. Thank you, Civ, also. I appreciate that. Thank you, Alexis. Well, we're 10 away. We got like 2.5 minutes. Thomas, Brett, we need 8 more. I haven't really. I think we need 8 more. I might have gone over 1, but it's fine. Thank you, T. By the way, for anybody that does become a member, we will have a members-only stream after this stream includes, which will be, again, just, okay, we're now 4 members away. We'll have a members-only stream after this stream for fan mail opening, which will be like 15 minutes, probably. 3-way, thank you, Kirsten. Yeah, I didn't really think we would actually get 20 members in like 5 minutes. We're 3 away. 2 away now. This chat is so ridiculous. And, I mean, there we go. That's unbelievable. We had a 24 new members, or 25 new members, literally in 4 minutes. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jacob. I mean, it's still going. Thank you, Kimber, Tommy. This is insane. It's literally a membership train right now in this chat. Goodness gracious. Untitled, managing. Shelly, I mean, that's like the most members we've ever gotten in a 5-minute time frame. That's 30 2 new members, I think, actually. I think about 32 or 30 or something like that. Hey, Buffalo for the $4.99. I'll do the gritty at the end of the stream or once this storm becomes less concerning. As I said before. Hey, Charlie as well. The County GIS also for becoming a member. We're only 21 members away from 102 today. Now we're 19 away. It is literally a membership train right now. That is insane. I mean, guys, this is way too many members in like not even 8 minutes. I swear we've had like 40 new members in like the last 5 or 6 minutes. That's literally insane. I legitimately didn't think we could get 20 members in 5 minutes. I didn't think we could get 40 members in the last 5 minutes. That's insane. Shelby for the 5 gifted. Somebody with no name became a member. Thank you, Chris. I mean, we're now 6 members away. We're 1 member away. We've hit 100. that literally took no time. We've now officially hit over 100 members in today's stream. Goodness gracious. You guys are literally insane. Appreciate your generosity. But man. Thank you, Isabella and Rob for the $4.99. This is literally insane. I mean, seriously. This is the craziest membership train I have ever seen. We've never had a membership train like this. I mean, we have 106 new members today now. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. I really can't. Thank you, Riley, for $5 super chat. Now just heavy rain in Woolforth. Hasn't hailed since the last super chat. Largest hail I saw was quarter size. Well, that's good. I hopefully it stays that way. I mean, this hailstorm on radar has not looked as concerning. And overall, it's probably just, you know, it's still warned for tennis ball size hail, but that is radar indicated. So we had a $half size hail report on the north side of town. So there's still been some pretty large hail there. We're now up to 117 new members on the stream. We're 33 away now from 150. And make that 28. You've lied for the $4.99. You, Lila, I think. Elijah for the five gifted members. This chat is literally out of control. Oh yeah, there's a text doc cam. Let me look at that. Goodness gracious. This membership train is insane. We have 127 new members now. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Is this a person? Is this person under this overpass? There's no shot, right? Or are we backwards or something? Like, come on, guys. This is an Amarillo. This is Woolforth. Come on. Don't do this, please. If you are somebody watching the stream right now, never park under overpasses. It doesn't matter what the warning is. It's so dangerous. Goodness gracious. Thank you, anybody that just became a member, by the way. We have now 129 new members today. I do appreciate it. I mean, I didn't really think that... I didn't think we were going to go on a train there, but... Appreciate it. We're 21 new members... We're 21 members away from 150. Max is about to pay for his PhD program in full. I'm not going for my PhD, I'll tell you that. That would take a ton of time. Not that I don't want to do it, it's just it would be too time consuming for me. Hey, Candy for the $5 super chat. We officially have 133 new members today. Again, we'll be live probably until the SPC update, which is in about 25-30 minutes. And again, we'll do the gritty then. Or if this storm does get downgraded, we'll do the gritty then, too. Whenever that happens. Hey, Jeff, thank you. That's much to say with becoming a member. I've missed a lot of people becoming members because there's just so many of them, but I do appreciate you becoming a member if you did. You, Lex, for becoming a member. Need a gritty shirt? I was thinking about it. At least a gritty sticker. You should call it the MIDI instead of the gritty. The MIDI. So dumb. How long does it take to get a meteorology degree? I want to switch majors. It takes 4 years for a bachelor's, depending on if you have like some sort of like AP classes that you took beforehand. So if you're trying to go into a meteorology degree, it's probably going to take about 4 years. That's to get your bachelor's. Hey, Philip for the $50 Venmo. Put some Mars in the chat for Philip. That's very generous. I'm watching the YouTube channel forecast in 2011, 2013. It's crazy seeing people recording videos in the same place. Yeah, 2011 and 2013 were quite literally insane. I was alive for them, obviously. I'm not, 8 years old. But I watched those happen like in real time on the Weather Channel and stuff, and it was probably one of the most active times of tornadoes and stuff in our history. At least in the United States, so. Thank you, Mark. D. Also, thank you, D. Both D and Riviera for becoming VIP Velocity members. Put some hearts in the chat for both of them. That is our highest membership tier on the channel. And I do appreciate your generosity. Slot also. By the way, this warning has been downgraded to golf ball sized hail. Not nearly as concerning as before. Good news. The only storm that's still producing a significant hail threat is this one, which is tennis ball sized hail. The other storms are all under that at this point. So this storm that's going towards Snyder is still producing some tennis ball sized hail. Even then, I don't think it's that large anymore. That storm's seemingly been weakening here for a little bit now. We're 7 members away from 150. So this will be the second time in history that we've ever hit that many members in a stream. That happens. The highest I think we've ever had in a stream was like 250. So. I love this chat. It's literally just everybody putting the gritty in the chat. There's nothing else about it. Wow. More Weather. If you guys know who More Weather is on Twitter. He was actually in a Weather Brains podcast episode today. That's pretty cool. Or he's going to be in it. Pretty sick. Hey, Donna for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Razzle Dazzle, for becoming a member. We're 4 members away from 150 on the day. Actually, no, we are 5 away. Never mind. Love the jokes and the downtime. At least we can sort of chill today. Yeah, I mean, it got intense here on this storm. I'll say that. I mean, a lot of the tornado warnings that we've had were in very rural areas. So, the worst storm that we've had thus far was the one here near Lubbock. With the DVD-sized hail. I did kind of think there might be a little bit more of a tornado risk, but it didn't really pan out here. A lot of the outflow boundaries kind of killed that threat pretty quickly. So, thank you also, Jeremy, and as well as Christina? Kristan? I don't know, for becoming a member. I can't read names. I'm so bad with pronunciations, it's insane. And John and Teacher also are 1 member now away from 150. Gifted memberships, by the way, are completely random, so just an FYI. If anybody does have any weather-related questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, we'll be live at least for the next 25 minutes or so, until the next SBC Outlook, which could even be sooner than that, we'll see. Just kind of waiting for that. And then we'll do our, as long as there's nothing tornadic or anything, we'll do our, like, little members-only mail opening thing. This storm just narrowly missed Lubbock, so at least we didn't get a direct hit for Lubbock with this hailstorm. Thank you, Dave, for becoming a member. We have officially hit 150 members today. That is insane. Yeah, we'll do a fan mail opening for members only after the stream's over, so if you want to tune in, you just have to be a member. We'll do them as much, like, we'll do those, like, frequently as long as there's stuff to open. Like, if we at least have 3 packages or something, like, I'll just do 1. As long as it's within, like, a certain time frame. The demand is there. You have to get a higher degree than bachelor for TV meteorologist. You don't even need a degree to be a meteorologist on TV. There are plenty of people on TV that are quote-unquote meteorologists that aren't actually meteorologists. With that said, you still need to at least have some, like, you don't need to, like, experience, but you need to know, like, what you're talking about and also what you're saying. You at least need some sort of presentation for being a TV meteorologist. Now, with all that said, most of the time... Look at this storm, by the way.
As we promised.
Storm. This is the one, again, just south of Lubbock. Look at that right there in the middle.
But once we let it run over us, that'll indicate
little ominous.
we're done following it here.
But with that said, again, a lot of people, Al Roker's an example. I don't think I'm pretty sure Al Roker's not a meteorologist. Like, those people, you know, you don't have to be a meteorologist to be on TV. A lot of them are, but not all of them are. So, especially the networks that, like, just don't have as much weather. Like, a lot of the time they won't have actual meteorologists because, yeah, general kind of thing. Thank you, Jen, Rick, and Blizzards for becoming members. Anything gonna happen in San Angelo tonight? Mostly wind. That's if you get anything, which right now, the majority of the storms are to your south. The only way you get anything is from this storm activity that's back up here to the north of you. Otherwise, it might be a pretty dry night there. Here's the future radar for the rest of tonight. They have issued a new warning south of Lubbock for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Here's the timing for the rest of the night. So storms will continue to track to the east. Some storms might reach DFW, but anything that does reach DFW will be mostly just isolated hail and wind. Overnight tonight, we'll have another area of storms developing. This could be pretty sporadic. It's very questionable on where this will develop. So, you know, that's a big question mark as of right now. But any of these storms will be mostly wind, maybe a brief hailstorm or something like that. By lunchtime tomorrow, mostly everything is just rain with some isolated hail. But yeah, the bulk of today's severe weather threat was really between now up until about 9 or 10. And then it will start to kind of dwindle down a bit. These hailstorms will probably be going, though, in like, you know, western Texas here for a little bit. Just northwest of Abilene. Here's your new warning. Slayton, Wilson, Woodrow, all included in this, just to the south of Lubbock. All right, I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And just look at the side angle on this. It's a big old anvil map. if this is going to transition into a brand new storm, this thing would be
I mean, monsoon standard, yeah, this thing would be like storm of the year. But I don't think this part right here is going to drop much precip.
right.
Okay, I'm going to go south for about 5 miles and then go, maybe not all the way into Wilson, but just kind of sit to get ahead of it. I got to sit and schedule tomorrow's event as well. We're not ending the stream yet, but I want to schedule tomorrow's event, set up a redirect, so for whenever we are done, you guys will have easy access to tomorrow's
Wow,
stream.
that camera's unfocused. Alright. Thank you also to Mia and S for becoming members. Hey, Chris with the $5 super chat. I am not online. No. So I really can help you in that space, honestly. I'm taking my degree more in person, more than anything. Hey, Derpy for becoming a member. How do you send fan mail? Are you a member? Oh, if you're a member, once we do the members only stream, it'll be the link that's pinned in the chat. If not, let me make a separate link in the description for this, because a lot of people click on the link and have no clue where to go. 1 second. Okay, I just redid the description, so if you don't go into the description right now, you should see it. Otherwise, you have to refresh. It's going to be the Get Connected tab, and there's a fan mail for the second link. You should be able to see it now. If you don't see it, let me know. If not, you might just have to refresh. Still a pretty interesting storm here.
Losing instability. You know, I mean, if you've ever heard
Definitely
about
losing some juice though, which is instability.
Energy or cape.
Thank you, and as well as Angela for becoming members.
It's going to lose that as the ground cools, creates like a stability at the surface, and it starts to create a cooling, like an inversion, which that starts to build sin, which contradicts the cape.
SIN being convective inhibition, it's just an acronym.
We need to get Ryan Hall to do a gritty. I don't know if he's watching right now, but you need to do a gritty if you're watching. He needs to do a gritty on one of his streams. I haven't told him that yet, but at some point, when there's no warnings, just gotta bust out the gritty. Thank you, Team Pro, for gifting a member. Well, thank you, Candy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Maui, for the 5 gifted members. Wow, you guys are going crazy. We might actually hit 200 members before the stream ends. We're currently 32 away. It's possible. It is possible. And Evan, I don't think Evan's gonna do it. Ryan's tuned into some of our streams before. He's never chatted, I know that, but at least that's what he's told me. Never know, might be lurking. I lurk all the time in other people's streams when I'm not live.
It's also a pretty
Connor would. I will tell Connor to legitimately gritty. I will tell him to.
On its way in.
He might do it. I don't know. Stormrunner Media won't do it. I'm kind of sad. Can somebody explain what it is? I will do it in like 15 minutes or so.
38,000 subs. Thank you guys so much.
As long as the weather remains tame. Thank you, Theme Pro, for the 1 gifted member. Thank you, Chrissy, for the 10 gifted members. Appreciate that. That's where it's in the chat for Chrissy. Now, if you do get a gifted membership, make sure to thank whoever gifts you the membership.
I'm trying to decide which side of this freeway I want to go on, because I'm like, this over here, honestly.
How long will I be live for?
Side, so I might go.
Probably 15 or 20 more minutes, and that's it. I don't think I'll be live beyond that. I mean, most of the storms are not as bad as before, and the tornado risk is definitely going down.
Could be trying to reinvigorate itself again. Yeah,
some of this is untapped instability, but I mean, the other storm came in through here.
Right.
Somebody was asking how to gift
If
members,
this-
by the
if
way.
this
All you have to
storm
do,
did not come and disrupt this one earlier.
all you have to do is click this, the money icon, and then membership gifting. If you don't see it, then I don't know how you do it. But some people were asking about that. If you want to, again, it's not required. I'm just letting you know for those that were wondering. If you don't see it, then I don't know what to tell you, because I just don't know how you even do it. Why isn't Reed driving the Dominator? I think he does it for certain events. I could be wrong. I don't think he does it for every event. We actually do have a hail core blowing up here near Slide, north of New Home. So new hail core developing on this storm. Could become another significant hail event as that moves east-southeast. No rotation though, it's outflow dominant. I highly doubt this is going to produce any tornado threat anytime soon. The current environment that it's in. How do you get the emoji? You have to be a member of the emojis. No problem, Deb. I'll be saying weather where if you're back down near Abilene, by the way, there is going to be a potential for some hail and wind as these storms approach. They are overall weakening. What's very interesting is that we have this storm that's going this direction. This one's going this direction. This one is just going up here. I don't know even what's going on there. This storm's moving north. This one's moving southeast. The other one's moving southeast. They're all moving different directions. Very interesting. Thank you again, Chrissy, for another 10 gifted members. We are now 10 members away from 200 today. We are actually, I think, our record in a stream, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to check real quick. It's not far from this. Problem is, I don't know what stream it was when that happened. This one? We're not far from the record. I don't know how I check. Is there a way that I check? Okay, so in the stream that we had the most in, I think it was like 230 or something, or 220. Does anybody know the number? Does anybody remember the number? The membership record member? It was back a few weeks back. For science, I'm wondering. I think it's about 220. I mean, we're right now at 201, because Chrissy just gifted another 10 members. Let's mark in the chat for Chrissy. That is now 220. Okay, 220 is the number. So we are now 19 members away from tying the record, 20 members away from hitting the record. So, we might hit it. Again, we'll be live here until the next SBC update. That's what I'm waiting for. Got another mesoscale discussion for South Texas. Damaging severe wind gust and marginally severe hail will be increasing. So another watch will be likely there near Eagle Pass back through Rio Grande City. It's 220 sounds right. I don't think it was 230. Retimber destroy the rental? It does not surprise me. I'm going to be honest with you. Ellie, yes, the reflectivity color table. If you want to download it for Radar Omega, it's in our Discord server. It's in one of those chats. The link is in the description if you want to join the Discord server. Lots of new members? Yeah, we're at 201 in today's stream. We're 19 away from tying the record, 20 away from hitting the record. You Vex to the $5 super chat. Culver's Butterburger sized tail. I have no clue. I don't know how large a burger bun is in diameter. Burger bun diameter. Wow, a burger bun is 4 to 5 inches in diameter. We could do Butterburger sized tail. Imagine that would actually be legitimate. West Fester for the 5 gifted members. We're now 14 away from tying the record in a stream. Burger-sized tail falling out of the sky. It would have to be a Butterburger, though. Couldn't be like a... I'm guessing that's the diameter. Butterburger might be different size. I don't know.
Directly to our south?
Yeah.
Apparently Stormwind Media said there was a little bit of rotation here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any, like, tornado threat with this, really, but... I'd say it's a very low chance of that happening.
And this is the weirdest looking storm.
No problem, man.
Just said in chat, radar scan looks like a spraying skunk facing east. What?
Our hail core is to our north.
Thank you, Sean, for becoming a member.
Kind of getting separated.
We're 13 members away from tying the record in a stream. If you want to become a member, it's the join button down below. If not, it's fine. I don't
understand why.
You know,
I don't know what would
it's there.
I mean,
we actually are not far from hitting the record. I'm actually surprised. I did not think we'd be even close to that at all.
It's basically separated from...
Hey, Brian, for becoming a member.
It's probably running to the boundary.
Tagged me on X? Okay. I've been tagged a
yes,
lot, so
yeah,
I might have missed it.
Because the boundary's right here. Or one of them, anyway.
Yeah.
Max's gifted memberships in a single day is about to be broken. Actually, that number is really high. It's like 200. I think that's about 200 or 100 at least. That was back in like... That was back in 2022, before we were even big. There's Jaws. Jaws gifted a bunch of members one stream. Thank you, Bravo and John, for both becoming members.
Cell going into Snyder's, one for ping pong balls and 60.
New Glefuro, Connie, and Hunter for all becoming members. We're now 7 away from tying the record.
It's exactly what it's
7 away.
It's running to the boundary.
You think that... I think that you should have a trampoline company sponsor you. I think so, too.
That's probably too late.
But, I don't know. No trampoline companies have come knocking on the door. Don't know what to tell you.
Probably too late. Not lowering, I have you guys pointed at, though. It is rotating.
New Legend and Alkine becoming members. We're now 5 away from tying the record. 6 away, or now we're 5 away from breaking the record. We're 4 away from tying the record in a stream.
Cloud is to our south.
Wow, I can't believe we're actually gonna hit this again. That's crazy.
Not as rapidly as it was.
How am I feeling? Feeling great. I don't feel tired really at all right now, surprisingly. Now, tomorrow we will not be live. Let me just real quickly go back to radar here. This is what we're looking at for the severe weather threat tomorrow. We don't have an SPC update yet for tonight, but tomorrow is a big French fry risk anywhere from the Dakotas back into the very far northern Texas Panhandle. Couple of marginal threats, just nothing too out of the ordinary. Just mostly wind and hail, maybe a brief tornado threat. And then as we go into Thursday, our next stream might be Thursday, I'm not sure yet. Mostly wind and hail on Thursday with maybe an isolated tornado. Doesn't look too concerning, but we might go live Thursday. Friday is also possible. So those will be the 2 days to watch for a live stream next. We will not be live tomorrow. We've been live 10 straight days, by the way. Like literally the last 10 days. We've been live every single day for the last 10 days. And so tomorrow we'll end the streak. I'm not going live at all tomorrow. So that's going to end the streak. I know, play the sad violin. I know, it's really sad. It really isn't, because at least we don't have to deal with more severe weather. That's the good news. Or we're still dealing with the severe weather, but, you know, it's not as significant, at least. I mean, today it got kind of crazy on the Lubbock storm, so. Thank you, Artist. Him. Becoming members. Thank you, Chris, for the $2 super chat. If the record is broken, you have to gritty. I'm already grittying no matter what, so it didn't really matter. Thank you, Hawkins, for the $4.99. I will be streaming during hurricane season. I will. Thank you, Alyssa, for gifting 5 members. And thank you, Chris, for becoming a member. Thank you, LC, for becoming a member. We've officially broken a single stream record for new members at 226. Wow, that is insane. Double gritty. How'd the gritty thing start? I don't even remember. Somebody said gritty in the chat or something and it just became like a trend. This was like a week ago. This was when I hit 250,000 subscribers. This was not like a, you know, just kind of came out of nowhere, honestly. Being VIP for becoming a member. Now, 227. Could we get to 250? Could we? It's going to depend on when this SPC outlook comes, because, I mean, if it doesn't ever come, we might be live here for a while. I'm just waiting for the SPC update to see what the risk is for the rest of the night. Thank you, Braxton, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Braxton. That is the highest membership tier on the channel. Thank you, Koi and Penny, for becoming members. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm going towards Snyder, and that one's down to $half size tail. So again, a lot of these storms are mostly weakening, which is good news. Again, there's really nothing left that is over 2 inches in diameter. I don't think. Yeah, everything's below golf ball size, aside from the one near Lubbock. So it's good news. Storms are weakening.
Yeah, it is weird.
Thank you, Katie, for the $4.99.
All the way around us. We're in like a clear slide right now.
We're 20 members away from 250.
I don't think they're.
It is possible, depending on how long it takes for me to get a, you know, with this SBC update. Check on, see if it's coming in faster this week. Oh, I'm still waiting on it. Thank you, Tambourine, for becoming a member. We're 19 away. Hey, well, let's appreciate that.
It's the bottom. We're on the hook side. That's why.
Watch for water on the...
Somebody's asking if this storm near Lubbock is going to cross 207. I don't know where 207 even is. I see 380. This is moving east-southeast. It's going towards Post. It might even drop down towards 380 near Tahoka, Texas. But otherwise, I don't know where 207 is. Thank you, Kitty, and as well as Burnside for becoming members. We're now 17 members away from 250. It's possible. Is there a lowering? I don't know. I was looking at a stream. I mean, we've had a lowering on this storm for ages now, but the problem is this storm in particular is just, it's outflow dominant. We could still get an isolated tornado with it as it catches up to the outflow, but I kind of doubt it. It's gnarly looking. Yeah, this storm in particular, we've had some great shots of with Storm Runner Media. Music for becoming a member. 16 away. 207 heads down to Post. Oh, I see it now. Oh, okay. Yeah, this storm right now, it's going... It's kind of trying to drop down this direction. It's still going kind of towards 207. This is kind of like the path right now, down the road. Could still even go up this direction too. So near Post. How do I become a member? It's the join button down below. We are 16 members away currently. Now make that 15. 250. I'm still waiting on the SPC update. Again, that's basically the last thing we're going to do in this live stream. And unless this goes tornadic, which I kind of doubt. Waiting on that. Thank you, Carrie, for becoming a member. Oh, also, we're going to gritty. I forgot about that, yeah. We're going to... Almost forgot about grittying. Don't let me forget. Thank you, K-Day and Ty, for becoming members. Will these storms collide? Not really. There's nothing really colliding. I mean, all this stuff is already kind of just semi-discrete, and those will, for the most part, kind of collide. I mean, this storm here, there's nothing to collide with right now. Nothing out in front of it. Thank you, Jess, for becoming a member. We're now 12 away. Only 12 away. Just can't catch a break. Well, today hasn't been as bad. I mean, it's been a bit more relaxing. There haven't been, you know, tornado warnings up the wazoo or anything like that, which is nice. You know, we had a massive hailstorm, which is really the story of today's stream. That's been the main part of everything here. What time is the fan mail opening stream? It's going to be directly after this stream's done. It's already scheduled. If you go to the live tab, if you're a member, you'll see it in the live tab. Thank you, Ada, for becoming a member. We are now 11 away. When do I sleep? Or, you know, what's funny is that me and Ryan Hall talked last night. The first thing he messaged me was like, bro, do you ever sleep? Like, that's literally what he messaged me. I'm like, yeah, I actually do. I usually get 8 hours of sleep. So, believe it or not. Sometimes 7. If it's a bigger day, usually 6, because I'm thinking about it. So, literally, that was the first thing he messaged me. Thank you, Charm, and as well as Tina's for becoming members. We're 9 away. We are now 9 away from 250. There actually are storms up here in Indiana. Somebody said there was a wall cloud. I highly doubt there's a wall cloud, but probably maybe a shelf cloud. I don't know. I would have to see a photo. Those storms aren't really in an environment where we're going to see tornadoes. Yeah, hail core is ramping up again near Wilson, Texas. That could be upwards of 2-inch hail again. Hey, Ron, F the 499. I wouldn't be nervous in DFW. I wouldn't. I'm not nervous about it at all. Again, just isolated wind and hail overnight tonight into tomorrow. It's not that big of a deal. It will not be as bad as this morning. That's at least what I'm forecasting. I don't think it's going to be as bad. Thank you, Theme Pro, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Jeanette, for becoming a member. We're now 7 away from 250. Slowly but surely getting there. Is this SPC outlook out yet? I'm still waiting. Still not out. Nothing out yet. Yeah, Andrea and Steven for becoming members. We're now 5 away. And there you go. We've hit 250 members today. Hey, Trash Can for gifting 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. Wow. That is insane. There we go. Another 5 gifted. Now we're at 256. Hey, Bone Fairy and Haley for becoming members. Or 5 gifted members. Thank you to Bone Fairy. Thank you, Haley, for becoming a member. Thank you, Goose, for becoming a member. We're now at 257. 300. No, we're not going to 300. Unless this SPC outlook literally never comes out. I mean, I'm just waiting for it. I just want to see if there's any, you know, major tornado risk at this point. It's probably going to be condensed quite a bit for the tornado risk, and also the hail risk probably going to be the same thing. This hail core near Wilson, Texas is ramping up again. After Wilson, it gets a bit more rural, though. Thank you, Alexis, also for the 5 gifted members. And thank you, Southern, and also thank you, Black, for becoming members. We're now at 264. Is legitimately insane. No, we're not going to hit 300. Unless this SPC outlook again just doesn't come out. They're holding back until the gritty happens, I guess. Okay, while we're waiting, because this is... I'm just waiting for the SPC outlook. Let me make sure it's not out yet. But yeah, it's still not out. Okay, so while we're waiting, I'm just gonna get the gritty out of the way because this is just taking forever. All right, here we go. Here we go. There's your gritty. What a fantastic gritty. You know, for hitting 250 members, I'm also going to do the dance moves. If you know what it is, you know what it is, all right? You know, you know. There you go. We got dance moves and we got the gritty all in one. Just for hitting 250 today. Oh my god, thank you to... Thank you, Matt, for the 20 gifted members. Put smarts in the chat for Matt with the 20 gifted. Holy cow. What are we at now? We might actually hit 300. I mean, that's insane. I think we're at 286 right now. It's still going up. Thank you, Kendall, also for the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do I play Fortnite? I used to. That's why I know what that is. We're at 286 members now. That's crazy. And we're still waiting for the SBC Outlook. That's the only reason why we're still here. Still hasn't updated yet. Thank you, Matt, for another 10 gifted members. And thank you, Jonathan, for becoming a member. We're now 3 members from 300. Jesus, this is insane. It's the most members we've ever had in a day by a long stretch. How old am I? 48. According to some people. Thank you, Kimberly, for gifting a member. 2 away. Or 3 away. No, we're 2 away. Never mind. 2 away. Thought you were 84? Well, yeah, apparently, you know, I know this is a big question. But, I mean, let me pull it up here. I mean, just because of this live stream, some people do think I am 84 years old. With Grandpa Velocity. Hey, Mrs. V for becoming a Velocity member. We're 1 away from 300. We literally did a live stream, for those that are wondering. This is a legit live stream. We were live for almost 2.5 hours with this thumbnail yesterday, doing weather coverage for North Texas or whatever it was, because this is our second channel, North Texas Weather Center. And this stream got 45,000 views on my second channel. I was stunned. Apparently this video got 1,600 views. I uploaded this like 4 hours ago. It's so random. We've officially hit 300 members. We're at 302. I'm going to end the stream before we get to 350. There's just no way. I'm still waiting for this SBC Outlook. I don't think it's going to be that big of a change, but I'm just wanting to see what the tornado risk is at least. Thank you, Michael, for becoming a member. I think overall these storms, though, I really do think, unless this storm does something funky in the next, like, 20 minutes, I don't think we're going to see a tornado with these storms tonight. I just don't think the environment is capable of that at this point. But who knows? I kind of doubt it. Instability is getting lower, and most of these storms were kind of fueled by the daylight heating with the dry line setup and all that. Thank you, Teresa, for becoming a member as well. We're not going for 500. There's no shot we would hit 500. That'd be insane, though. Thank you, Duds, for the $20 super chat. Amazing dance skills. Thank you. I appreciate it. I took dancing classes back when I was 42 years old. You know if any research has been done related to cities affecting the incoming weather? I mean, you know, there is, you know, whoa, this storm just got upgraded to apple-sized hail. Look at that. Apple-sized hail now in the storm near Wilson. Which I feel like that was from the hail core that grew a moment ago. But that's kind of fizzling again. It's radar indicated, so it's not confirmed. But apple-sized hail in the storm again. But there is such thing as, like, you know, the pavement. It absorbs heat. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Cities, you know, have a lot more heat. A lot of the time, especially during the summer. Because that sun just gets absorbed by the pavement. And then it just creates this, like, heat dome effect. DFW is very, very known for that. So... here's a new watch, by the way, for those in South Texas. This goes until 2 a.m. for hail, wind, maybe a brief tornado, but predominantly wind and hail. By the way, just a quick reminder, if you want to pick up one of our limited release merch items for hitting 250,000 subscribers, we are currently about a week away from this going out of the store. And I don't know if I'll be live between now and when that goes out of the store. So if you want to pick one of these up, here's a reminder. It's the top link in the description below. It's shopmaxvelocity.net. We have hats for it, which have a little like signature embedded in it. In addition to that, there are t-shirts that you can pick up. There's 4 different colors, a bunch of different sizes. Again, this is all on shopmaxvelocity.net. For those that have ordered shirts, they have some of them have shipped. For those that have ordered hats, none of them have shipped yet. So, but they should soon. Ella, I know, it is for a lot of people. And unfortunately, you know, tornadoes happen, but they are very, very isolated. Like, even though we have tornadoes, even in tornado outbreaks, most people don't see tornadoes still. They are not that widespread. Wind and hail can be, wind and hail in particular, they are much more widespread than tornadoes are. With that said, the worst of tornadoes, you know, can be pretty damaging. So, thank you, Beth, and as well as Jen for becoming members. Thank you, Scott, as well. We're at 307 today. Can't wait for my shirt, never taking it off. Hey, you, Heather, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate it. Also, thank you, Kim, for becoming a member. Who was your 250,000th subscriber? I honestly have no clue. I don't even know how you check that, so I wouldn't have known. Thank you, Matt, also for becoming a member. Is this SPC Outlook ever going to come out? I'm going to give it like 4 more minutes. If we don't get an Outlook, I'm just going to end the stream, because, I mean, we've been waiting for a while. We're 15 minutes past when it usually comes out. Thank you, that one guy, for becoming a member as well. This storm was radar indicated, apple-sized hail. That might have briefly happened over Wilson, Texas. At this point, it's not as much of a concern for that potential. It looks more like golf ball again. But stay in your safe place, away from windows if you're in this morning. Back to Storm Media here for a second. Hey, KC Girl also for becoming a member. SBC is trolling you? They really are. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a member.
It's going southeast, right?
I can't tell, honestly. I can keep going down.
That's a good video, Hunter, by the way.
Good
video. Am I worried about Oklahoma City? I am not. No.
Like that.
I'm really not worried about many areas at this point. Other than this one rogue supercell near Wilson.
Wrong, big time.
Really, all I'm worried about. Most of the other storms are just wind and hail with very, very marginal threats of wind and hail at best.
Wow.
At this point.
Appreciate the generosity.
Link to the merch, I'll post it in the chat.
Oh.
It's also the top link in the description. Thank you, DK, for the $5 super chat. How many days is this being live? 10 straight days. We've been live 10 straight days, and tomorrow we'll end that streak because I'm not going live. I said that about Monday, but we did. But yeah, we'll end the streak. Once and for all. Once and for all. We're not hitting 500 members on the stream. We're at 312. Just no shot that would even happen. Just a quick update on the flooding risk tonight. Cell mergers and training storms will drop upwards of 1.5 to even upwards of 2 inches of rain per hour. That's anywhere from just west of DFW near Weatherford back over closer to Wilson, Texas. So, pretty large area. Thank you, Ella, for the $9.99. Is San Angelo in the clear? I do think San Angelo is in the clear. There could still be some rumbles of thunder because of these high clouds in the atmosphere, but that's kind of a stretch, honestly. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a member. I should go live tomorrow. Houston's not going to see severe weather tomorrow. Or at least the risk is not even... You don't even have a risk. At this point, they are trolling. Yeah, I honestly... I think they are too. I think they're trolling. There's still no update. It's almost 20 minutes past the update time. They're about to add a moderate risk, imagine. Will Denton be okay tonight? I think DFW will be okay. I still think the main concern, as I've mentioned 34 times, is wind and hail. With any storms there, but that'll be predominantly after midnight all the way until like early tomorrow afternoon. It's a pretty long time frame. It's kind of unpredictable what will exactly happen, but it would just be wind and hail, and it's a very low risk, and maximum wind is like 70, and maximum hail would be probably around ping pong ball sized hail. If we legitimately hit 500 members between now and the time of this stream ending, I will do another gritty, because this is ridiculous. I've been waiting for so long. It's still not updated. No, I don't really mind just ending the stream without it. I just kind of thought it would be out by now. The storm's warned for apple-sized hail. The report in Wilson, where the hail core was intensifying, is golf ball. So, probably maximum hailstone size here is probably like 2 inches, maybe 2.5. They still haven't warned for apple-sized hail. It's going towards Newland, Texas. The live shot of that still from Storm Runner Media. End it. I'm getting close to it. How do you become a member? It's the join button down below. There's also a link in the description. There's also the pinned link in the chat does the same thing.
Oh, this is one of them roads.
This is a Scuddy store.
You know, payment is dirt.
Amy for becoming a member.
Big time dirt.
Maybe a bad...
If I can't get myself out from right here, even if I have to dig this road up with my tires, we'll get out of here. I already have, look.
True.
Now, if I went a mile down, yeah, let me just.
I'm telling them to do. I'm telling Storm Runner Media to do the gritty. If they see my message, they gotta do the gritty.
It was just right there where it's all muddy.
Gotcha.
Worst case scenario, I put it in 4 and we spin our way out.
Max says do the gritty.
See if they do it.
I'm not doing the gritty, Max. Little kids, man, I swear.
They just don't do it. I don't know. Connor's gonna have to do the gritty. They're Elena for becoming a member. Connor just said gritty or I unsubscribe.
Okay. Yeah, the core, guys, believe it or not, is...
I'm watching their chat.
Right
Connor
here.
Croft just said you got a gritty.
But I have you guys pointed to the more intense-looking portion of the storm.
Everybody in the chat on Stormer Media is saying do the gritty.
If it decided to go that far east, what I could do is just go up here to 212.
They're not even
That's
looking
where
at
I
the
thought
chat.
you were
Come on,
gonna
you gotta
go.
look at chat.
Yeah, I could, but that's going to cross like right here at that intersection.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can go...
Putting in all caps now. Gritty.
Hit the gritty.
It's 1 mile away.
Like, hit the gritty.
Bro, I don't know how to dance, Dad.
He's so funny.
Chat, so auto-generated Gritty or I unsubscribe. No, I'm not. No, because I'm going to fail so bad.
I'm gonna fail.
That's fine, Connor. I can afford to lose one subscriber. It's okay.
They're all
Oh my
saying
goodness.
Gritty.
I'm going to make this a no chat stream if y'all keep it up. Do it, my viewers are watching. Too bad. Too bad. If I knew how to do it, bro is not Gritty.
I already did my Gritty for
I'm
the
not,
record.
'cause I don't know
I don't know
how
what else
to.
to tell you. I've already Gritty.
They said, please.
I'm evil. How's this evil? Grittying is easy.
No, I'm not doing. No, what? This is a storm chasing stream. This is not TikTok.
Hey, what? If, that would actually be not a bad look. Look at the storm view that we got.
They're storm chasers.
You
It's
don't
okay.
even know what the Gritty is.
No, I'm just. I do. And you shouldn't.
What is it?
I have it on my game. I know what it is. I'm just saying, we need view to have it with the.
I'm telling one, at least one of them. There's two
I'm
of
not
them.
doing
One of them
it.
has to do the Gritty. For science. Science purposes.
Gritty at Gritty at 50K. I'm hoping y'all will forget about this by the time we hit 50K.
50K?
Like a couple months.
They're at like 36,000 subscribers. We don't even have that many
I will
viewers to get
learn
to
how to
that
do
number.
Gritty, and then I'll do it at 50K.
Oh my goodness.
We did
Come
do car
on.
wheels on stream.
You gotta do it now.
Yeah, you can go back and find that. I did fail to do a car wheel. Freaking bugs get in here because I have my door open. Why are there so many of them? What are they?
Is that Elijah chasing right now? Who's Elijah?
God dang, I'm gonna have to delete the channel right before we hit 50K.
It's a dance move.
You
not
beat him
doing
for the
it.
$10 super
So y'all
chat.
can
I know,
stop wasting
I
your
saw that.
breath. Or your fingers typing.
All right.
Connor, thank you for the super chat.
What did he say?
You just have to go and find out.
I'm still trying to get them to do it. I don't know what else to tell them.
Okay. Alright. Well, that gives me time to learn how to do the friggin' dance. I go out there, I'm gonna make a massive fool of myself. I'm not cool like that. I
I can't even
don't
Gritty
know
for the
TikTok
record.
dances.
I'm not even that good at it.
I
So
watch Instagram Reels.
I mean, I'm not.
oh my goodness.
Don't even know what don't even know what that is, Corey.
Okay. Well, I don't think they're gonna do it. All right. Here's the latest SVC update for the night. Again, we got enhanced risk. It's basically where that one supercell we've been looking at for a while is. Still have a significant hail threat there for temporarily. Wind threat elevated, hatched area in South Texas, and then back over here, just south of Lubbock, is where we still have that potential for some damaging winds. He just said he's gonna. Apparently, we're both doing a YouTube short now of us grittying together whenever he comes to Florida.
Alright, yeah, let me go down to
Are you gonna wait already?
Huh? I'm just gonna go down to
That'd be so funny. That'd be hilarious. What's the member count? 319. Thank you, by the way, Brent, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it. All right, and the tornado risk again very low. The only area included in this is back over in Western Texas, back over in parts of the hill country. Again, just a low tornado risk overall for tonight. Still got a marginal threat in DFW, but it's going to be wind and hail. That's it. And that's an isolated threat. It's not as bad as what we had earlier today. I'm still reading the chat. Thank you, Christopher, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today's stream. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. If you're a member, again, we'll be live again in like 5 minutes or so with the fan mail opening. Also, again, just a friendly reminder, if you want to pick up a limited release merch, either a hat or a shirt, those are both on shopmaxvelocity.net. These are only out for 1 more week or so. It's until like June 6th. So, again, make sure to pick these up if you want to get one. If you don't, that's fine. It's just the top link in the description below. The link will also be posted in the chat if you want to check it out. So, if you want, you can. And, yeah, appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you guys so much for being generous today. 320 new members in just today's stream, which is insane. I do appreciate your generosity. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, like the stream. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, liked, subscribed, anything like that. Do appreciate it. If you have any questions about the rest of tonight, you can go close to the beginning of the stream, and I did talk about it there. All right. Have a good night. Stay safe. And again, if you're a member, we'll be live in about 5-ish minutes, maybe 10 minutes. And that, again, will be under the live tab. So just go to the live tab and you'll see it there. If you're a member, if you're not a member, you can't watch it. If you want to watch it, the join button is down below and you can become a member. It's not going to be that long. It's going to be like 15 minutes probably, maybe a bit longer. We'll see. But we're just opening up a few packages. So just a fan mail stream. We're not doing weather. So appreciate you guys all tuning in. Stay safe. Have a great rest of your night. And we'll see you guys all again in the next stream and or video.